I'll just stay in bed. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, Rhonda, you look so fine. Ooh, so no like such time for you to help me, Rhonda. Help me get her out of my heart. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, help me, Rhonda. Help me, Rhonda. Oh, help me, Rhonda. Help me, Rhonda. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Bow, 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 bow. Help, help. Help, help. Help me, Rhonda. Get her out of my heart. Okay. We're going to record an episode of Wiz first. Bow, bow, bow. Okay, start recording. And in 3, 2, 1. Alright, welcome back to some more Wiz. Gotta pull it up here. Continue with Brian Griffin. I did some leveling off screen, so that's why I look even more batshit insane than before. Because I have the Zeus boots, hat, and wand equipped. But we haven't continued the story, right? I just did side questing a lot. So, when we left off, we were about to beat Crocopatra and finish off Crocotopia. Not all the quests in Crocotopia, but the main story of Crocotopia 7. Help me, Rhonda, yeah, get her out of my heart. So, we're gonna go. I think we already were in the Temple of Storm, so me teleporting out was kind of dumb. But this is faster than having to go through all those corridors and stuff. Yeah, we do look kind of crazy, and also let's change mounts out. We got this cute moon. Let's equip it. It's one-day mount, but I like it. You know, the more insane we look, I feel the better it helps. You know that. Also, I just like the way this kind of like glide, like surfer glide sort of situation. I really like it. Help me, Rhonda, yeah. All right, so we're about to fight Crocopatra, which is like the final boss of Crocotopia. So this is big. We're not gonna team up. We're just gonna go for this shit. We got Chief Chance. Actually, no, wait. Before we go, I want to edit my spell deck because it was kind of ass last time I was playing with it. So, let me see what I want to keep, what I want to get rid of. I haven't been using Leprechaun because I don't like it. I haven't been using Pixie. And then Unicorn's worse. Spirit Armor I haven't been using. I think this works far better. Dig those styles they wear. The southern girls with the way they kiss. They knock me out when I'm down there. The Midwest farmers' daughters really make you feel alright. And the northern girls with the way they kiss. They keep their boyfriends warm at night. I wish they all could be California girls. Okay, map-wise, what are we looking at? Okay, so the Temple Gatekeeper. Oh, yeah, I remember this dungeon. So he has you do, like, a bunch of puzzles, a bunch of fighting, and then you actually finally fight her, I think. Or fighting the puzzles, something like that. Girls all get so tan. So, yeah, defeat the Son of Storms. So yeah, first you fight, and then I think you do a bunch of puzzles. Ba-bum, 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 ba-bum. Kinds of girls. Back to the cutest girls in the world. I wish they all could be California girls. Okay. So yeah, we're going to go through these fights as quick as we possibly can, and with our now even smaller deck, the better. So we have a 35% boost plus the 30% boost, plus we'll probably crit. I don't need to convert, and yeah, we're just gonna hit him with Seraph and hope for the best. They all could be California girls. So yeah, we're level 30 now. So we got some improved stats. We're doing a little bit better. Easy money. Easy kill. Cool. We got a Modis that we're not going to use and boots that we're not going to use. Let's fight this soul sapper some bitch. What? What? Okay, we don't need a reshuffle. We don't need a conversion. I don't need this right now, so I'll just do the one rolling thunderbolt. And wouldn't it be together? World where we're alone. Water. Very nice. Okay. Together. So 35 is my next attack. Wow, wow. And after having, oh god, I got water on me. Yuck. I mean, it's not. It just feels weird. It's not necessarily bad. It just feels funky. We could spend it. It was never ended. Come on, you got this. Okay, you got the spell off fine. What do we get? Crit plus the blade. Easy. This is like 750 damage or some shit. 1300. Never mind. I guessed half of what it was going to be. And I got Soul Sapper's Dagger, which I'm not going to use because it's balanced school only. Ooh, wait. Stone. Hello, Son of Storms. Okay, this is the fucker we got to kill. Easy. Easy going to be easy. Okay, so we don't need the conversion. We don't need these because they're not going to do much. We'll life trap him and then... Bum, 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 bum. We talk about it. Okay, so I don't need the Rolling Thunderbolt, and then I don't need the Reshuffle. I'll put a Spirit Trap on him. Then next turn, I can hit him with the Tornado, and hopefully, all things being equal, it should kill. Obviously, don't have any guarantees, but one can hope. Ba 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 ba. Good. Or, well, Seraph's less damage anyways, so... Hit him with the Leaf Storm, and if the Leaf Storm doesn't work, I can Blade up and hit him with the Seraph. So, critical. Oh yeah, this is gonna kill. Easy, easy money, baby. Rah! Rah! Where's no? Yeah, there we go. Rah! Yeah. Now we gotta solve puzzles. The aptitude puzzle. Okay, this is like sun, tree, snake, beetle. I don't even need to fucking read it. It's the sun shines down on the tree that shades the snake that then attacks the beetle. Wait, did I need to read the book before?
Those things that live must shine.
Oh, no, I'm thinking of the next puzzle. So this is living stuff. Whoops. There we go. And then this one is invert them. I don't need to read this. Just invert the things that are shining. Girls we meet. And this one, the pedestals have to glow electric. Right, and then...
Much better.
Yeah, shadow. Okay, so this is the one where I got it right. So sun beats down on the tree, which shadows the snake, which eats the beetle. See, I remember some of them. Yeah. Yeah. L.A. Knight. Yeah. Okay, so now to defeat Crocopatra. Oh crap, we gotta go. Okay, it's fine. Okay, come on. But we can use this chance to gain some health back if we get some wisps, but I doubt it. I mean, we're pretty set, in all honesty. We should be able to easily take Crocopatra down. And then we'll start going towards Marleybone. Whoa, that was close. Right, there's the bitch. Crocopatra, you going down. Okay, well, we don't need an electric boost. I'm going to summon a minion because she has a minion. Although I could just kill her minion, but I'm going to summon a minion. Going to blade up. And we'll have fun, fun, fun now that Daddy took her T-Bird away. Okay. You walk like an ace. Come on, okay. So we got our minion off, so that should help us. We really don't need that spell. I could have probably just ended this quicker by just blading and trapping up. But I'm gonna... just gonna blade and trap up. Because I could hit this fucker with the Nature's Wrath and it likely would kill. Actually, I'm just going to do that and hope for the best. If not, I have a ghoul in my back pocket I might be able to use on him. Come on. Okay, cast it. No fizz, we like that. Nature's Wrath with the fucking Ent. Are you going to help? No crit, so this probably won't kill. Whee! Nope, I think it had one enough. I think he had 525 health and that did 526, so there's just enough. So, now I can start trapping this bitch up. Actually, no, I'm not going to waste a trap because fucking my friend is going to try to use a imp, and that would be a waste. I'd rather not waste a trap, so we're going to load up on a blade. Then we can trap her next turn. Trap her keeper. If everybody had an ocean across the USA, then everybody be surfing like California. Alright, come on. I can handle a shark. This will do like 400 damage? 450? 469, okay. Surfing USA. Okay. Okay, she's gonna throw off that in. Yeah, it's gonna do like dick damage and waste a trap, but I have a ghoul I can use. So I'm gonna spirit trap her, then use a ghoul. Say rude soon surfboards June. Okay, so oh no, I'm gonna vampire her ass because that would be even better. Surf, and then I don't need regenerate. I'll keep the feint in the back pocket. I'll hit her with a vampire so I can heal off of it. She'll get damaged more because of the trap. Because I don't want to theoretically waste a feint because my minion might be like, oh, I'll hit her with another imp. And I'm like, bitch, you're going to waste a feint with an imp. Do I crit? No crit. But 461 I will take because I'll take 230 back. And she's blading up, which means she's going to get ready for the attack. She's passing, so she's saving up for something. I'm going to hit her with a ghoul. Just because I imagine that minion's... Well, I don't know why that minion's saving up. She has 4 pips. Why are you passing? But we should be fine. This is an easy win for us. Another... Okay. I don't want to risk anything. I'll hit her with a Rolling Thunder, and then I should have enough... Well, I will have enough pips next turn to do a Leaf Storm. I don't know if Leaf Storm will hit. I have to hope that it doesn't fizzle, but... Boom, boom, boom. But if this hits, which it should, it will kill. I don't know how long. Okay, cool. So Crocopatra, zip zap, zip zap, zip zap. No big deal. Fuck, knew it was gonna happen. But that's no big deal. I can work with this. When she, because I have a Seraph, and that will definitely hit and definitely kill. Yes! Ha! With the sword. And the crit, and the blade, and the trap. 1500 damage, let's go. And then this sprite's gonna heal me. Don't need it, but I'll take it. Great. That was a good match. And I got a lot of good stuff. And then boom! Defeat Crocopatra and Crocotopia. And then I can go back to the Well of Spirits. I'm now the hero of Crocotopia. Talk to Crocotap. And be like, good job. Got guidance. And now I talk to Sergeant Major Talbot. I got a bunch of Spellmans. Let's check if any of those are close. None of them are close. At all. I mean, I guess Seraph is only like 40 some away, but I'll take it. I won't use that spell though, kid. Yeah, I knew it would fill in my deck. Guidance is neat, but it only works if you're like teaming with other people, and I typically don't do that. But yeah, we'll talk to Sergeant Major Talbot, and then I think he's going to send us to act either Merle or Marleybone. Nope, we're going straight to Marleybone, baby. We're done with Crocotopia. As far as story-wise goes, I think I have some side questing, but I'm not going to do that in the episode. We're just going to head to Marleybone because it's finally nice to see another world on the map, Marleybone. Which, again, Marleybone is based off of England and is weirdly racist because all the good guys are dogs and then all the bad guys are cats and robots. So, what does that mean? I don't know. But it seems suspect. But we'll talk to Clancy Pembroke first. Let's get this Prospector Zeke for all these cats. But yeah. And then, I think I mentioned this in a previous episode. This tower, so see the sigil here? This tower you can no longer access unless you were there for when it originally was opened. It's a restricted tower. Because I think there wasn't an event going on, but or there might have been. I can't fully remember, but they did like close it off and stuff. Yeah. Sure about it. But Digmore Station, we're almost level 31, baby. How many? 2,600 more experience. But yeah, so I don't remember all the story exactly in Marleybone. Oh, I also gotta remember to use the teleporter function more. But yeah, you'll see me do this a lot where I just literally talk to every single person I can. Because do that. If there's a quest, take it. Like, it doesn't take the quest because that's XP. That can get you further along. And say you don't want to do storyline stuff. You know, you can do the side content. For me personally, okay, and then craft services. Stingers of Scorpion and Constellation Jewels. I will make those in due time. But that's side content stuff. We're here to talk to Mayor Pimsbury. And then under the weather, special request, but we're going to talk to Sherlock Bones. And we'll talk to Conrail in Hyde Park, but first let's get this cat. I'd be without you. But yeah, Miss Conrail in Hyde Park. But yeah, we're just going to keep things moving along. I mean, beating Krokotopia, that was huge. I didn't expect it to take as little time as it did to defeat Krokopatra, but I remember her dungeon being longer. I remember there being like 5 fights, not 3. Okay, find Baxter. I will, but from what I remember, there should be a cat near here. Yeah, there he is. Boop. Yes. And Baxter should be in this little pavilion. And he's like, hey, 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 hey. But it's not Baxter. It's a fucking O'Neilly Napper. Similar to Baxter, but not Baxter. Okay, so we're going to blade up. Down the sloop, John B. Bum, 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 bum. You know, well, let's, song's good, but let's listen to a different song. If my music would load. Oh god, fucking ads and shit. Alright. Search the west safe house, so... That's the south safe house. Where's the west safe house? It's near the fraternity house. Okay. There we go. God. I don't know why my arrow wasn't showing up there for a second. Cool. Now we're going to enter this in. I don't know who we fighting here. Well, actually, I don't think you have to fight them. You just have to go in. But it's fun to fight. No, I think you do actually have to fight them. Oh, no, you don't. Sweet. Just talking to him is enough. So now I gotta search the east safe house, which is a walk a ways, but dance quick. Alright, so yeah, so we'll go to the east safe house. Pop in there real quick. I don't know where I'm going to end this episode because it's not really like a good stopping point. Because it's not like any boss fights or anything that I can think of right away. Early Marleybone, Hyde Park stuff that would end well. Because we've been going for 22 minutes, and I know that things get cut down in a certain way, but still. No romance. Cool. And then search the south safe house. You might ask, why are you avoiding fights? And, speed. That's literally it. So, yeah, south safe house is a bit of a walk, so I'm best off just heading to the teleporter and then teleporting to it. Make the most sense. So we're going to turn left here. Oh, hello, Officer Darby. Mr. Rowley. And the benefit of taking, like, all these quests is sometimes their objectives line up with one another, so you can actually get more quests done in the same amount of time. Technically does give you less experience, but it's, you know, defeating a monster amount of experience. It's, like, not really worth it, even in the early levels. So... Dun, 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 dun. He's an elderly burglar. And cool, we just talked to Miss Conrail. Sweet. Don't actually have to fight anybody, just talk to him. Talk to him, spit on that thing. Miss Conrail. And then Willie Marks and Willie's Clock Tower. Okay, I think this is a good fight. Oh wait, where's the clock tower? So let me teleport to the warehouse first. So then it's a closer walk. Some giant ass spiders. Right. Willie Marks. And I think we have to fight him. Pretty sure we have to fight Willie Marks. I don't think we just talk to him. Because he's a big old bruiser style cat.
What a pathetic excuse for an opponent you are, wizard.
Yeah, we gotta fight him. Alright, here we go, baby. Willie Marks and O'Leary Napper, they're both fire rank 4s. So we don't need our conversion. We'll blade up. Bam, 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 bam. Oh no, a fire cat. What's the matter, Pooh Bear? It's me, Tigger. Okay, I'm gonna blade up one more time. Because I really want to make sure I can hit him hard. Okay, and then I could even feint on him, but we're just going to hit him with the Seraph and hope for the best. God, it's hard to find a song to listen to. I don't know why. Okay, Seraph with that, with the boost. No critical, unfortunately, but doesn't matter, baby. Let's go. Let's fucking go. And then we're going to trap him up. Okay, so we have him trapped up. Whoa, whoa. We're gonna hit him with a vampire just so we can get some heals. It will not kill. Although we do have a blade and a trap on him. So we might do enough damage. Hard to say. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Nice. Okay, vampire with the crit, with the blade, with the trap. This should easily kill. Yeah, buddy. Let's go. It's my life. That's awesome. We got Tarnished Noble Ring, which is okay. We'll talk to Willie Marks. And then we'll talk to Miss Conrail. It's awesome is what we want to see. And then we're not near a teleporter, are we? Well, we're near the one on the left that we can take to get to Miss Conrail, so we'll just do that. Blah. Okay, cool. Pick up that wood. Whoa, whoa. Okay, cool, and there she is. Okay, so next thing I do is gotta fight some hooligans, and we leveled up. We're level 31 now. Let's go, baby. So I think we're gonna call it there for that episode. So where's the camp? Find it there. Cool. So yeah, thank you all for watching, and y'all have a good one. Now we're still streaming, but we're gonna switch solely to side quest stuff now. So we're gonna go to Marleybone. And we're already in Marleybone, but we're going to go to, like, the center. You know, the Commons equivalent, which is Regent Square. And we're going to talk to some hat shop. We're going to talk to some shop owners. We're going to get some things sorted out. Hat shop. Whoop. Whoa, 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 whoa. Not going all the way to Unicorn Way just yet. We'll go to the post office. Oh, there's the postal service. Hello, Floyd Kincaid. Okay, we'll go to Crocotopia in a second. Let's talk to Reed Triever. I'm going to talk to all the people in Regent Square while I'm here, and then I can start doing the other quests that they need of me. But I'm not going to just, like, jump to another one when I'm here and I can do stuff, you know. Okay, and then, yeah, Regent Square Post Office. See, boom. Did it my way. Okay. Alright, cool. And then we talked to Floyd Kincaid in the central office. Oh shit, I forgot to stop recording, so a lot of that stuff will be on the... That's frustrating. That's fine, it'll get cut anyway, so it's not the end of the world.
Yes, here. Take the post and move along. We're swift and efficient here.
My life. Okay, and then the other post office. And then we could look at crafting, because that one lady wanted us to craft. So we can look into crafting as well. Because that would be good. Well, Edwin.
First run, eh? Be careful out there. Don't worry, though. I'm sure you'll
And then
make
talk to Post Office South. So yeah, we're running around Regent Square a lot. And hey, that's a good thing. It's a smaller thing. We don't got to run through the Palace of Fire. We don't got to run through all the way to Unicorn Way. Now, granted, we do have the teleport system. So I can use that to get to the Palace of Fire, to get to the yada yada. And then Regent Square again. Talk to Reed Triever. We also probably want to do some pet training. We wasted our level 30 energy, but we're not going to waste this level 31 stuff. So I think here's the game plan after I'm done with stuff that's in Regent Square, and Regent Square only. I think I'm going to do that Unicorn Quay quest. That way I go to... Wizard City. I can go to Pet Pavilion, then I can go to Unicorn Way to get whatever reading or whatever that I need to get. Or do whatever enchantment, yada yada. And then mailboxes and Regent Square. So, do that stuff in the commons. Then, go to Crocotopia, Palace of Fire, deliver all that stuff. Then, I don't know what from there. I mean, I'd be in Crocotopia, so I could do some of the other Crocotopia stuff I skipped. I also am level 30, so I have unlocked Olympus, so I could do that quest stuff. I also still have not finished all the quests in Wisteria. So there's a lot of stuff that I can do to get caught up to basically where I am. Not to mention Grizzleheim, but Grizzleheim takes so fucking long to do. It's like the biggest expansion fucking thing, because it's just too much. Like, Grizzleheim's way too fucking big. And it's frustrating, because obviously, like, you want the, yes, and we got cool. Then, okay, anything else? Hyde Park, Regent Square, well, that's the thing. Hyde Park, Chelsea Court, Crocotopia. So, yeah, so the next thing we're going to do... Oh, Wizard City Library, travel to my castle in Wizard City. Okay. So, we're just going to actually just teleport home.
There you are, young wizard.
So I can learn about this stuff. Place the Minotaur Town. Do not care. Place the lever down. Here it is. Then we're gonna go to the click on this castle magic. Then make invisible. Then select things. Select this. Then we go to the next phase. Make visible. Select the item. This item. Now close the magic window, and then we use this, and oh my god, it's gone. And now let's bring it back. And then done. And now I'm gonna pick this shit up because I do not want it. Done. Great. Right, then what I gotta do, rotting fodder in the haunted cave, so we're gonna teleport there and first do that. We goes this and lay down. That's not a rotting fodder, goddammit. Stinking Isabella, you screwed me over. Or wait, are you Thomas? Sorry. Thomas, you screwed me over. Okay. Died. Okay, so... Oh, I didn't even think about that. Oh, that'd be nice. Yeah. Sweet. But I'll defeat these guys and I'll find some rotting fodders, beat the fuck out of them, and then be happy. Come on, Thomas. You have 3 pips and only have 800 health. You have to have a damage spell in hand. Alright. Oh, well, Blaze, you're gonna add more people, and I'm not fond of that, Blaze. Why do you have to do this to me? So, Sprite Guardian, so we don't get more people. Oh. Lay you down in a bed of roses. Alright, so we got 2 of them defeated. I got a Sprite Guardian, so hopefully somebody else doesn't join in. Okay. Then we're gonna cast a minor blessing on Thomas just to make him happy. On a bed. Okay, cool. Now we're gonna heal him up a little bit. Just because it's 0 cost, I need to get to the next spell. Damn it. Oh, okay, well... Actually, if we both hit him with a ghoul, and that imp too, should be good. Should be enough damage. Because the ghouls together will do 360, and then that does 90. That's plenty. It's plenty, baby. Unless I do that. Yippee. That's exactly what I want to do. All the fucking time. Every time. So much. Okay, so we have that set up. Oh, no, we already killed him. Cool. I didn't realize we killed him. Great. Now I gotta find some rotting fodders, because these are not rotting fodders. These are field guards. There's some rotting fodders. These are the fuckers I need to kill. Okay, so... I guess we could just zap him to death. Boom. Ah, 80 damage. Ah. I think I have like a canker sore or something like super high up my mouth, and it is not pleasant right now. Ooh, you know it'd be a fun thing to watch be Blades of Glory. I could put it up on another screen, like... Actually, I could do it, but I'm worried if I have the audio as well. Even if I have it as small as the TV, if I have the audio as well, I feel it's gonna fuck me. Like, copyright-wise. Is there a way I could filter... Actually, yeah, let's try that. Bowser. So, filters. Audio filters. Add. 3-band equalizer. Limiter. Invert polarity. Noise gate. Noise suppression. Upward compressor. VST plugin. Gain. Close. So, maybe not. Well, let's... So I can recognize what this sounds like. I'm going to... No, don't add. So we go to Bowser, filters, add. Oh, advanced audio properties, and then Bowser is monitor and output. And right now you can't hear it. Yeah, I'm gonna filters. Delete that. Limiter is not good enough. Because I just turned down the audio anyway, so it doesn't make sense. Invert polarity? No properties available. Shit, I have no way of really testing it. No, okay, so filters, let's delete that one. Compressor, gain 3-band equalizer. Delete. My closest option I could think to do, shit, I don't know, because I don't want to like mute the sections, because that's not going to matter, because it's not going to separate it out. Because I have to think about copyright here. Because on one hand, I want to play the movie because I really like it and I want to watch it. But I also want you guys to be able to watch it. But I can't... Oh, wait a second. If I have just the audio, but the video is super fucking distorted, that might work. Okay, so if I do Gamer Alt and Aerosmith, and then Gamer Alt's underneath, but we want Gamer Alt. So we're going to move Gamer Alt above Game Capture. And then we're going to shrink it. That way it's even more brain rotty. But also it's not in 4:3, but we'll fix that. So I go to that, change it. If we go to Gamer Alt, we go to Filters, Add, Image Mask / Blend. Path. I don't cancel. Oh, all image files. Okay. Resource. Let's just do black hole one. Does that work? Alpha mask color channel blend. Addition. Okay, that's not working. Yes. Okay, so then let me see if scaling aspect ratio, scale fit by cubic point resolution, 4:3. Close. So now it's in the 4:3. Well, at least the thing is, but this isn't. My best choice would be to... Oh no, it doesn't matter the zoom, it's still stuck in that shape. Okay, well, I'm just gonna do that then. Still kind of locked in that 4x3, but we're gonna do that, I suppose. Then we're gonna go to the movie website I like to use. Hopefully you guys can't tell what the fuck it is. And then, oh wait, I don't have to go to, what am I doing? I don't have to go to the movie site I use. What the fuck am I talking about? I own the movie. Like, God, I'm a fucking idiot. Okay, so then library, B, Back to the Future, Bait Shop, Barbie, Bartok the Magnificent, The Batman, Beetle, Big Top, Blade, Blade Runner, Blade Trinity, Blades of Glory. There it is. I will play that. Oh no, not at full screen. Fuck no. Is there a way to expand it to the full? No. But that'll work. It's also super quiet because I found movies are like that on my server. I don't know why. But they're all like really quiet. Oh, I know what I could do. If I add an image over top, no existing, so image 2, browse, and then what would be like a good thing to put over top of it so you can't really tell what it is? It's like something kind of noisy. This is pretty noisy. And way too fucking big. And we're going to put it over top. Right, and then we're going to go to properties. Okay, can we change its blending, scale filtering, blending method, transition, filters, I guess, add, image mask, blend. Actually, no, delete. How do I know I can change the opacity on this. How the fuck do I change the opacity on it? It's not transform. It's not order. Set color. Add. No. Blending. Screen? No. Subtract. Oh, that kind of works. Multiply. That actually works great. You can kind of tell what the movie is, but not really because this. Great. That works fucking flawless. Actually, what I want to do is I want to pull up a separate browser. And I want to see it full screen on Twitch. So. Alright, so. Yeah, that works. Oh, that's like a fucking. You can. Yeah, that works. Oh, that's like a fucking. Like, you can kind of tell what the movie is, but. Like. It's not. Awesome. Love that. And then we're going to put that. Down, down, down. Down. And then it goes below the face cam, but above gamer alt. Is there any... So, blending mode... How about lighten? No. Darken. Oh, darken's even better. It just looks like it's very artifacty, but that's kind of the point. And then TV's Power Rangers. So that's awesome. Great. And then it's very, very quiet. Actually, let me... Fuck. I'm going to open up another... I know what I'm doing is just like, I should do this not on... But there's no way of me telling. So, go to my channel. And I'm going to pause. So, go to my channel. And I'm going to pause. Okay, so you can't really hear it. See, that's what I need to know. Okay, so you can't really hear it. See, that's what I need to know. So, this is set 25. We're going to go advanced audio properties. And we're going to set it to negative 20. Because, I want to make sure you guys are able to see everything, hear everything, and also get that off my screen. There we go. So then, quest-wise, what we're doing. We were going to go to Krakatopia. That's right. No, we were going to go to Unicorn Way. But we also want to go to the library. There we go. Let's go 15 instead. Abner K. Doodle. Oh, I gotta talk to the librarian first.
Hey, step aside, homeschool. There's a new sheriff in town.
Michaels. Yes.
Well, this cowboy is cracking his whip on the march of this crowd, and they love it.
Wait, why am I gone? Okay. Suck it. Kind of hungry. What time is it? It's only 1 o'clock. I could definitely eat. But we go less than an hour. I mean, I had a sandwich earlier, but I could eat more. Question is, what? Stroking. Fire Elves. Okay, Firecat Alley. Let's go to Firecat Alley. Where are they? Thank you, Megan Moondust.
Hello, ladies. Typical of Michaels, it's not enough just to win. He wants to make love to the crowd.
Fire Elf Library for...
That's why those seats are so valuable. That's what they want from Jazz Michael Michaels.
Stroke. Some Fire Elf Hunters. Let's kill these sons of bitches. There we go. Engage. Alright. We'll just hit him with a Nature's Wrath off the get. Yeah. So.
You've seen it all. Jazz Michael Michaels walks in with the unrated version.
The undefeatable underdog, ice skating's backdoor lover.
So. Okay, we gotta go back to the library, so. Teleport back to the Commons and we'll have a good fang dandy old time.
Learn a little bit more about skating's leather-clad Lothario. Chaz Michael Michaels, an ice-devouring sex tornado, spawned in the hellfires of Motown.
Troubled childhood? If you call being a 9-year-old kid with a 35-year-old girlfriend troubled.
Okay, so.
12, Chaz escaped the
Harold Arlston, talk to him. Another.
Check the book in. Okay.
I checked the book in, yes. Then I'll talk back to that Regent Square guy in a little bit, but we want to do a bunch of Krakatopia stuff. But before we do that, Unicorn Way. Also, we are going to look into crafting. God, there's so much stuff like going through my brain, I can't keep track of it all at once.
The Native Americans always said that working with hides and
Okay.
Men, only one winner. Will it be Chaz Michael Michaels?
Personal philosophy.
All right.
You find a handful of goji berries.
And then Regent Square. So then next we're gonna check out crafting. So we need a Stinger of the Scorpion and a Constellation Jewel. Oh crap, we need to buy those recipes. We forgot to do that, so we'll do that later.
Hey, traffic cop, get this straight. I don't have a coach.
Hyde Park, Hyde Park, Hyde Park. Regent Square, Regent Square, Regent Square.
That's why they call me the lone wolf.
Krakatopia. Let's go to Krakatopia. 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 So we'll go to home.
What I'm talking about. 6.0. Another 6.0. 5.8. Was it good for you, Stockholm? Because it was good for me. Let's have a smoke. Eat that, McElroy.
Those were the same scores I got, Einstein. We're tied.
You're high.
We have a tie.
Yes.
From the United States.
Okay. Alright, so Krakatopia. Help some fools in the Palace of Fire.
Brought you a gold medal. You brought me half a gold medal. If I wanted him to share, I'd want him.
Okay, so yeah, Palace of Fire.
Reigning man in the men's singles. Men wearing gold, that is. And they joined Team USA's other gold medalists, the pairs team of Strauss and Fairchild von Waldenberg.
Okay.
Strauss and Fairchild von Waldenberg.
So we go into here. We're gonna help out the privates.
Gold standard of pairs figure skating. Children of beloved Swiss
We.
skiing gold medalists Otto and Ella von Waldenberg, the twin dynamos Strauss and Fairchild burst out of the womb and onto the ice. While their sister Katie cheered from the sidelines. Theirs seemed to be a charmed life. Until March 14th, 1987, when their parents died tragically.
Okay.
in a car accident. Katie would survive.
Private Archibald. Didn't that change?
Strauss and Fairchild
Because I thought it was private something else.
from which
I
they
don't
would
know.
never recover. But the siblings' commitment was such that they were back in the training ring within hours of the funeral. So tonight, the crowd cheers on their beloved von Waldenberg.
So Private Archibald.
For me from Mollybone?
Private Primwell. Yeah, I thought that was the other one.
News. I was worried about things back home. Thank you, young wizard.
Because dreams never wait.
Hey, what about the amazing
Okay.
Michaels and McElroy? 2 gold medals.
That's great.
Well, speaking of gold medals, the
Okay.
surprise.
Okay, cool. So we helped them. So next,
Thank you, young wizard.
since we're in Krakatopia, it's going to recommend Krakatopia stuff. So we're going to go burn some mummies in the Jesuit family tomb.
Proud moment for Michaels and McElroy. You have to think.
Oh, can we teleport in from Jesuit family tomb? Jesuit family tomb. Crap, but we can go to the Carnon Barracks, which is next closest. And I think I actually have a quest in the Carnon Barracks, so that's not the end of the world. Stonekeeper's Crypt, Tomb of the Beguiler. Fuck it. Hall of Champions, Onyx family tomb. No, but actually, Hall of Champions. I'm actually going to teleport there instead. Okay, and then some Hall Servants. Let's go. That was quick. Okay, so then we have Leaf Storm in the back pocket, so we're going to save that. We're going to Blade up, because I imagine another Charm Servant will, yep, join in the fight, just like that. So we want to hold off until it's, things. No point in healing. I'll put a Spear Trap on the first one, I suppose. And then we want to go to this. And let's kind of like multiply better. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Leaf Storm. Let's go! Got it off fine. Leaf Storm, baby! Critical with the blade, with the trap. Yeah! Kia! Kia! That's how we live it. Oh, I got to defeat 4 of them. How fortunate.
I don't know what I can say, but I pray you can all forgive me. More than that, I pray you children can forgive me. I place my future in their tiny hands.
Okay, so we got the Hall Servants lined up. Don't have Leaf Storm, but we can just end him with the Nature's Wrath off the bat. What's that?
Last issue. Chaz Michael Mike is.
Okay, so we'll get that hitting it off. Okay, so we have 235 remaining. We have a ghoul in the back pocket, so we'll do a rolling thunder.
Hey, you listen to me, old man. Okay,
Oh, that sucks.
my ex-wife. I'm gonna pop you in the back of the head.
Okay, so and then yeah, we can hit him with a ghoul. Hopefully this should kill. Oh shit, now I want a Capri Sun. Fuck! We don't have any. Capri Sun sounds like it would slap right now. And it's not even like the actual like juice itself. It's just the fucking the sensation.
Son for 26 years.
We've had a good run. Now, I think it would be best for all of us if we didn't drag this clean.
Okay, so shit like the wise.
It would make it easier for
Then defeat Bort, mallet name. Oh, this is soon we're gonna be able to fight the Do I have a teleport to the Grand Arena? No. But we're soon gonna be able to fight the Minotaur. Awesome, 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 awesome. Yeah, buddy. Oh, did I walk past the teleporter that would have? I did. But now, like, going back to the teleporter would take about just as much time as just going to the new one. Ugh. God, you gotta look for teleporters more, man. Not just the social menu, but also, like, just the actual. Tra-la-la, sing the grublet song. Okay, so now we gotta fight Bort Matlamain. Bort. So we'll see how well that goes. I love how my stream slowly over time is just devolving into the TikTok Subway Surfer brain rot sort of situation, where I have a TV with Power Rangers going, another TV with a movie going, my stream and the game. It's just like what the fuck are we doing? Okay, so let's get rid of the Sockweed Gouge. Well, no, we have Leaf Storm in the pocket, so we're just going to weaken them enough, both of them, to where Leaf Storm should easily kill both. Shazam! Alright. Okay, so we have that's locked up. He's 369. That would kill. Let's just send the Leaf Storm now. If I crit, I might kill both of them. I don't know. No fizzle. That's how we live it, baby. Let's go. Yep, called it. Baby, come back. You can blame it all on me. I was wrong. I live without you. Shit, like the wise and entrance hall is there. I mean, because it's all the Hall of Champions. There's not like specific. We can go to the teleporter hub with this.
That's because I'm not finished. You see, don't you think the laces belong into the three distinct groups? First, the foundation.
Ow! They're too tight. Daddy, he's crushing me.
So shit, like wise.
It's worth it. Hey, what are you doing? She said it's too tight. She's wrong. I mean, who are you gonna trust, a little girl or Jimmy McElroy?
So then defeat Guardian of the Fang.
Yeah, this kid.
Again? God damn son of a... How many times do I have to fight the Guardian of the Fang? I hate this bitch. Okay, so shit like the wise.
Oh, that thing?
And then we'll defeat 3 sisters, and then we'll defeat the 5th, and then we'll go kill ourselves. How about that?
Oh my gosh. You look at yourself. It's only one I've got. This game where to my birthday. Yeah, it's coming up. Yeah, listen. It's great to see you. Okay,
Hubba bubba.
you gotta start skating again, Jimmy. What? It's embarrassing stalking a has-been, you know what I mean? Look, I almost gave up on you. I started working with that Ukrainian skater, you know, the one who looks like Elvis. I moved to the Ukraine.
Protector of the Fang. You know what you can protect? This dick.
I'll sympathize with you, Hector. I really do, but there's nothing I can
Shit, now I want popcorn.
I'm banned for life.
Fuck.
Don't be so sure.
Okay.
Section 14, paragraph G.
So then we're gonna life trap the Vault Hunter.
And the banned skater can never compete in a Federation sanctioned tournament that exists in such a skater's division. But you see, you're only banned from your division, men's singles. You can still compete in pair skating. Pairs.
Okay. So then we're gonna do a Nature's Wrath on his ass. Okay, shit, I could have done that on her. Oh, whatever. It's no big deal. I have some cards in the back pocket that I can whip out. Like, I could hit her with a Seraph. It's not going to kill, so I'm going to blade up and then hit her with a Seraph.
Hey, little forest creatures. None of you sons of bitches try to be heroes.
Okay. So, Seraph on you. Fuck the Protector of the Fang. Fuck you. Fuck you. Critical with the blade. 1600 damage. Rah. Mystery is revealed. Okay, so we gotta get the snake, then the moon, then the bird, and the sun. You take the moon and you take the sun.
I am nothing but a human onion.
Y'all ever seen Shout? Rada rada rada. Rada rada.
Brother tonight's will be cancelled until further notice. No refunds will be given.
Rah.
Oh, bring it on.
So now the Keeper of the Fang. Oh wait, no. We got to defeat the next sister. Whoever that bitch may be.
I was banned from men's singles, but now pairs. I can skate in the winter sport games again.
After 3 years, you just weren't checking in. I mean, come on. I moved on, Jim. You gotta move on, too.
But I'm a skater. There's nothing to move on to except for winning the goal again and keeping it this time.
You know how hard it is to find a Even if you did, you gotta qualify for nationals. That's a month away. I mean, sign-up is in 2 days.
Can't be that hard.
Figure skating. Give it up, Jimmy. It's like a cruel...
Okay, so Guardian of the Fang. Well, it's Protector of the Fang, Guardian of the Fang. Keeper of the Fang is the main bitch. Who's the last? Defender of the Fang? I think. So, need no conversion. And then we're not going to summon a minion. Vampire and Ghoul are kind of dumb due to their perks. So we'll blade up. Okay, so we're going to get rid of the Rolling Thunders. We're going to blade up again. Okay, so trap's not that big of a deal. What do we got? No Leaf Storm in hand. We're going to get rid of the Rolling Thunder. We're going to get rid of the Minor Blessing. I don't want to waste it, but I have another Blade and Trap in hand, so I'll just use the Nature's Wrath and maybe kill her. Two 35% boosts. with the natural boost. No crit, does suck, but still kills, yes. Years. Alright, so Leaf Storm. Rah! Tra-la-la-la! Tra-la-la-la! Sing the Crablet song! Let's go, baby! So, we'll do the lever. Lever. Beetle. Ooh, we got seeds. We got some alligator pear trees. Okay, cool. They're not as good as couch potatoes. I would prefer those. And we still need to save up enough, another about 27,000 gold before we can get the Red Barn Farm. And then once we have the Red Barn Farm, then we are going to be popping it off with the gardening, baby. Woo, woo, woo. So, yeah, and then we turn to the right. Boom! F5! My God! Okay, so then... And this is, I think, Defender of the Fang, if I remember correctly. Show your face, bitch! Yep, Defender of the Fang. So it's Defender, Protector, Guardian, and then Keeper. Too bad. I'm still going to get that Fang, and I'm still going to beat your ass, and I'm still going to have fun till the data take a T-bird away. Then Ghoul's no use. We're just going to Nature's Wrath out the gate on the Vault Hunter. Oh, cool, that did kill. Awesome. I was worried it wasn't. Okay, so then hide the reshuffle. We don't need the vampire, and we'll pass, which does suck. Okay, so we have enough for the Leaf Storm, but we're gonna blade up. Well, actually, no, we're gonna faint up. Well, no, fainting's risky because we're gonna blade up and then hit her with a Seraph. Okay, so then, yeah, we're gonna hit her with that. Hit this bitch with a Seraph. Hit that bitch with a bat. Okay, so critical with the blade. Hi, 1600. That's how we live it. That's how we love it. Boom. 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 Okay. Then we go to the right again, and soon we'll defeat the Keeper of the Fang, which we've already done before, but we have to do it again because multiple quests require it. So stupid. Okay. Okay, so 7. I don't know why I was saying 7.5 right there. I was out of my mind. But we'll defeat the Keeper of Fang again. God. Okay, so we don't need the conversion. We don't need the Ghoul. We don't need another reshuffle. We'll get rid of the Rolling Thunder. We'll go with another Nature's Wrath and the Vault Hunter. Okay, cool. So we got rid of the Vault Hunter. Okay, so no Rolling Thunder. No Vampire. We're going to Life Trap. I needed that. So, no Sprite Guardian. Seraph would probably kill. Ooh, Accuracy Dropper. So, with that, we're just going to go for a Spirit Trap.
Why, Strauss? Why is God singling us out for the greatest
Yeah,
suffering
good,
of all ever?
good thing I double checked. Okay, cool. And then, yeah, we're going to hit him with the... Well, actually, before we do that, get rid of the Minor Blessing and Satyr. And get the Seraph in there.
Maybe if you concentrate on the stage, no focus on the purity of the spirit.
Damn, so close. Because I think she's like 750 health, so I'm like a little bit off. Okay, so then... Yep, and then I'll just hit her with a Rolling Thunder.
Find someone else.
PK Thunder! Even flow. Thoughts arrive like butterflies. Oh, he don't know. So he chases them away, yeah. Oh, someday, yeah. He'll begin his life again. Life again. Life again. Yeah. Yep, now time to defeat the Grunish Great Axe. If he would spawn. Oh, wait, that's right. I have to light all the braziers. Okay. Fire! And there he is. Whee! The Grunish Great Axe. Hey, baby. Hey. That's a lot of Rolling Thunders. Okay. Fuck. Well, actually, we'll get rid of 2 of them. We'll keep the Ghoul just in case, and then we'll Rolling Thunder him. Then we'll get Leaf Storm, hit all of them, and then do anything else that I might want to do. Even flow. Thoughts arrive like butterflies. Oh, we don't know. So he chases them away. Yay, yay. Okay, I don't need the conversion. I'm gonna Lifeblade just to make sure that that Leaf Storm kills. Provided none of them moored up. But this scene makes me want to buy horse shampoo. I don't know why. And especially considering I don't have much hair and I will not have much hair for a long time. It's kind of pointless, but what are you going to do? Ooh, 148. I don't like that. That's more damage than I would appreciate. But what we're going to do is we're just going to Leaf Storm. Again, this will not kill the Minotaur, but it'll kill his buddies. That's the important thing here. Provided... Yes! No fizzle. So we'll get that with the crit, with the blade. 710, perfectly fine. 850, great. And 1700. Sweet. So, now we're just going to focus on him. And with us focusing on him, we're going to get rid of the Rolling Thunder. We're going to, well, I can keep those. I'm going to waste his feint on the DOT. Because he'll probably try to attack me. Wait. I might have fucked up. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of damage. That was stupid. Really stupid. Come on. Don't hurt too much. Ooh. Fuck, man. Shit. Fuck. Shit. Bitch. Yeah, Shaq, what? Said I'm getting ready. I'll use the regenerate, and then I can just start, during the regeneration cycle, I can do traps and blades and boost up to where I can just hit him with the Seraph or Nature's Wrath for all he's worth. It's God's hand. Okay, cool. accuracy dropper. That's fine because I will just use a trap. Chick. Yep, that's what I expected with the fizzle. Okay, and then we're going to ignore that rolling thunder. We're going to blade up. Okay, so we're gonna do. Okay, so what our next goal would be is to. All right, so vampire wouldn't be bad. I'm gonna trap his ass because I'm not too concerned. Because I want to make sure my next hit fucking. You're the girl. Why? Because you whine like one. Your fat ass. You're going on a diet starting today. Okay, so we're going to do nature. Well, I still don't even trust nature's wrath. I'm going to do a spirit blade. I know it seems stupid, and I'm probably going to do like 2,000 to 3,000 damage. But I want to be sure that this will kill. One song only. Lady Hump by Black Eyed Peas. Do it all that hunk, all that junk inside that trunk. I'ma get you drunk. Get you drunk on my hump, my lovely lady humps. Alright, so with the blade, no crit, which does suck with that, with another trap. And whap! 1600, baby. That's what we love to see. Then we can talk to Shalik. And then I'm assuming I can light those braziers and fight him whenever I want. It's not that he gives particularly good loot, but...
You are much stronger than I ever expected.
Oh, sweet. Complete all the quests in the Crocus Sphinx. So boom, boom. And then we'll go to the Oasis. And we'll talk to Captain Woku. Or Woko.
You certainly don't see any fields around here. Perhaps Sergeant Major Talbot knows where you can find some Krakatopian wheat.
Krakatopian wheat? What the fuck? Sucker, dance, sucker now, move, sucker, move, sucker. Charlie. Oh, we're gonna learn about some more gardening, baby. Actually, yeah, can I train anything from him? Actually, a fair bit. I will not do that because I need to save up my gold for gardening. Then boom, and then we'll talk to Captain Moko. Alright. Teleport pad, talk this in. Ride the haggling dragon. Da-da. Hello, Lieutenant Shepard. Bark, bark, bitch. Rah. Pagoda of Harmony. Let's go. I haven't done the Pagoda of Harmony in quite a while. I know you can get keys from this. Alright, now we're loaded up. Let's send her in, buckaroo. Oh, it's the Dalai Lamba.
Yes, I did. See that? Pure power. You can use that before, Junior.
Well, maybe if you released me at that quarter turn, I wouldn't have to save your ass with my landing.
It's called improvisation, even your precious Kenny G.
Okay, so then Yeah, we'll get rid of the Rolling Thunders. We're gonna blade up.
Denver, Colorado. Last
Ah.
stop on the road to the World Winter Sport Games in Montreal. The finest skaters from all over the country have trained tirelessly for years for their chance to make it onto the world stage. But all those stories have been eclipsed now by what many dub the sideshow of the century.
Okay, so then we don't need a conversion. We'll get.
The anxiety was palpable when they arrived
Fuck.
this morning as the skating community continued to voice its outrage.
Those two are turning
We'll
this
do a
into
Seraph.
freak show. As if figure skating wasn't gay enough already. Let me show you something. Does that look right to you? Nothing near about two men skating. That blonde chick's a dude?
Yes, let's go, baby.
Now let's join
Yeah, bow in pain.
as they wind up their routine, an edgy look at urban culture told in the language of the streets.
Okay, so we are gonna switch it over to balance just so we can reshuffle when we have to. Okay, so then we're gonna hide that reshuffle. We're gonna get it with another blade to level up.
To the championship in Montreal.
And those good vibrations seem to have spread all the way through this arena.
Okay, we don't need the minion. We're gonna put a feint on his ass.
How is this going to work? Some completely different skaters, known to be enemies of one another, combining to be the first male
Okay.
in the history of the sport.
Oh, fuck.
Or they create great music together and reinvent the sport.
Okay, so we have Leaf Storm. We can whip his ass with that. I still don't think it will do enough, but we'll send it. And we'll fizzle. Yes. I think I still have a Nature's Wrath in pocket.
Title this routine Fire and Ice. They've always been that way as competitors.
Okay, so we're gonna put another.
As a pair team,
Should we put a Spear Trap on him? Because I think well, no, he doesn't already have a Life Trap, but we gotta make sure he could take some fucking damage when we hit him. Okay, I made the Leaf Storm again, so we're gonna send it. No fizzle this time. Love to see it. We got the critical with the blade, and the next blade, and the trap, and the feint. He's gonna have the ward, but doesn't matter, baby. Small mail forever. Use the Shrine of the Spirit. This moment I treasure. Close my eyes.
So far, so good.
Enthralled Mind Monk. Don't wanna miss a thing.
so difficult. Throw, triple
First
axel.
throw.
Alright, so then no on Life Prism.
Unbelievably disastrous.
We're gonna Life Trap him.
Never fought once in competition. Come on. Take my hand.
And they're up.
Come on, Denver. Get off your asses. Let's go.
Okay, so then that's that. That's set up that. We could Nature's Wrath. We're gonna put the Thunderbolt away. We're going to Spirit Blade.
And again, a male-male pair team. They're doing things that no other pair would dare to do.
The sweetest dream I never do. So I still have Nature's Wrath that I could whip at him. I probably won't kill, but I gotta try. Okay. So we got locked out. Fuck, do we have? Yes, we do. Okay, we'll just hit him with a rolling thunder just so I don't have to see him. The old fucking Xbox 360 ads. Scissor. Okay, so we don't need that rolling thunder. We're going to faint up. Okay. So then we have a leaf storm in. I'm gonna blade up one more time just to be sure, and then storm.
We love you, Denver! City by the Bay! John Denver!
Is a fire really necessary?
Ask them.
Okay, then you have a leaf storm. Went off. Let's go. Woo, woo, woo. Critical with the blade and the trap. Rah. Yo.
You guys were great out there.
Oh, thanks.
This is what we want to see. The shrine of the mind.
I like your buttons.
Come on, score your own.
Good luck.
You too.
Home, the monks of...
Tsitsi.
Way to go. None of what they did was on your video.
That's all right. Let's not let them get in their heads.
In our head? Not only did we embarrass Marky Mark, we let down the Bunky Bunch.
Right, I don't like that they're spread out like that, but these are useless because they're storm opponents. We're gonna blade up.
Wow. Well, it's all smiles here in the crest kissing fry area. You're the guys everybody's talking about. How does it feel?
You know, we're just so grateful for this wonderful opportunity to be out here on the island.
Michaels and McElroy are a freight train from hell, okay?
Okay, so we're gonna spirit. Well, we don't need to summon our minion, so we're gonna spirit blade up.
Wow. Robert, I know where this is going. How many times do you have to make the same mistake?
Okay, so then I have enough boost. I'm gonna just go with the Seraph on him. Let's see it and hope. No fizzle. We'd love to see it. Okay, look at me. No crit, which does suck, but I got the 2 blades on him. Not quite enough. But I can hit him with a rotting fodder next turn.
Looking's for free. Touching's gonna cost us.
Or a ghoul, whatever. Boop. Wow, 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 wow. My ass. Alright, so we don't need the Rolling Thunder there. I could use a Minor Blessing and build up. Yeah, we're gonna... Boom. And then we're gonna Blade, Trap, and then I should have Nature's Wrath in hand by then. Blade.
What's colder than dry ice? I'll take what it is.
What about that one on your shoulder? Who's that?
That one?
Okay. Convert.
What about you?
Trap.
I had my face painted at the Blueberry Festival. Well, I could have killed him.
Okay. Boom, boom. No fizzle, baby. That's what we love to see. Okay. And the shrine of the body. And then there's this. I don't think I have a wooden skeleton key.
Yo, hi. It's the Mac attack.
Oh, I did?
Sell yourself.
Let's see. Let's see if I get anything good. Passion fruit. Mountain Paradise Claw. It's worse than what I have. It has the right socket, though, but it's objectively worse. Objectively. Like, it gives me less mana. It gives me health, but who cares? It gives me a lower pip chance.
Squat thrusts are hard. Real hard.
They're hard, alright. It's worth it. You die.
It's worth it to get a deep burn in my sweet thighs.
Do you know what you can do for a burn? Pour sweet cream on it.
Oh my god, you've bagged a wild legs. Okay, say. Sounds to me like cream needs to be whipped.
Okay.
I was wondering if you would get a snow cone sometime?
What?
Yeah. I would like to get a snow cone. I haven't had a snow cone in a couple of years actually. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so there we go. God, I'm zoning out. Sorry about that.
Time to get my jugs waxed.
Okay. Is there anything else here?
8 o'clock tonight. We did it!
Go to base camp, Camp Belong Village. There we go. Yes, I did. I did.
Alright, listen up. You guys barely squeaked by.
Talk to Dalai Lama.
Are we gonna compete against teams that have been doing this for years? There's only one way. Okay, what do you guys have that none of the other teams have? Twin doll? Exactly. We have to use
Okay, and then get that work. I'm not good. Well, I could fight in here, but I don't trust myself because I have lost that final match so many times. It is not funny, and I don't want to take the time teaming up.
I never told you this before, but I used to coach.
Like, it is frustrating.
Head of the Olympic squad. I wanted to have this develop a move. A move that likes to
Okay.
move so revolutionary.
Alright, so then 2 is this, that, and then what do I want to... I'm pet training. I'm going to go do some pet training. Petty schmitty pet training. And also I can sell some stuff. I don't think it'll get me to the 125,000 that I need. But Pet Pavilion. Okay. The Iron Lotus. Okay, so then we're going to go to our backup. We're actually going to switch pets to this hoe. Because I like her aesthetic. Boom. Boom.
What are you talking about? See, after all these years, I know what went wrong. The physics were off. It was a man and a woman. That's why it didn't work.
Okay.
Two men. You won't. The Iron Lotus demands respect. She has no time for long.
Alright, so
That means you've got to be willing to improvise.
I got 6 more instances.
Pieces of the puzzle. Go on, fit them together. Keep your speed up. Keep it up.
Okay.
Jimmy, don't let your legs buckle. Come on, Chad, focus.
Boom. Okay, cool. So finish that. Still, it's a shitty pet, so we'll switch back to Chief Chance.
Hey, you gotta be careful, man. Unlike you, I actually use these things.
Yeah, well,
Okay, so then what was I gonna do? Sell shit. I was gonna sell shit to hopefully.
They're fine. I overrated. All right, gentlemen, let's get up and try it again.
Okay. So next, yeah, we're gonna go to the bazaar. We're gonna sell stuff. Again, I don't think it'll get me to the can't sell, can't sell, can't sell, can't sell. Okay, investment of darkness, sell that. Boom, 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 boom. And the Croctopian stuff I can't sell.
I don't care about skating at all. I mean, really, what's so great about skating anyway? It's basically
Boom,
just
boom, boom.
gliding, trying not to fall, with a couple of jumps thrown in, right? Spandex, glitter, egos,
Cool.
ice balloons.
Son of, oh, wait, 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 wait. I'm gonna equip that.
Out there, I feel like you can do
So that's a good spell. Boost power pip production. Let's see, yeah.
You've never skated?
When I was a kid, a little. But my brother and sister don't like anyone to steal their focus.
My life is
Bum, 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 bum.
6-pack of protein shakes and a subscription to Men's Health.
I didn't have a 10th birthday. My sister
Post box.
was in jail for armed robbery.
When I was 9, my dad insisted on having me circumcised to minimize wind resistance.
While driving me to skating practice, my parents were in a fatal accident. My brother and sister blamed me for their death, and they forced me to work for them, like a slave.
We're gonna sell the fucking lot. Because, I mean, there's nothing else we can... Because I want to get to that 125. So if I don't get to that 125, me no likey.
I never really thought of that as a romantic story.
Boom. That was a good one. Dum 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 dum. Da, 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 da.
All right, ladies. Tea party's over.
Boom,
We have
boom,
2 days till Montreal. I want to see an
boom.
Iron Lotus.
Oh, we're close. We're 9,000 away. Come on.
You're gonna kill him! Watch the blade! Come on! Try it again! One more. I'm really close.
I mean, we're doing okay. Like, yeah, boom. That's another 1,400. We're so close. We're 4,500 away, and we still have 3 more schools to go through.
Here in beautiful Montreal, Canada. The world turns its eyes now to this frozen sanctuary as the globe's finest athletes arrive to compete and to revel in the glory that is sport.
Okay.
And so now we are honored
2,700 more.
the wonder, pageantry, and spectacle of these, the 20th World Winter Sport Games.
Boom, boom. 1,700 away.
Didn't you once say, and I quote, Jimmy McElroy is a lifeless robot on the ice?
I never say so.
Yes, I did. But I was referring to the precision and beauty of the words. If they'd published the rest of the quote,
They did publish the rest of the quote. You go on to say, I've had length at the top of my ass crack.
Okay. Oh, 125. Yes, we've hit it. Let's go.
Smart reporter, showing off. Figured out how to work the Google on the intranet machine. Here's a new quote for you, all right? Chaz Michaels and Jimmy McElroy are figure skaters.
Boom. So yeah, we're gonna be selling a lot of shit.
Figure skating helped your popularity.
Absolutely. I have the best fans in the world. I mean, we have the best fans. Yes.
Okay.
No, that's in the other room.
いい質問ですね。上手にやりたいと思いました。
Okay, so we're at 8,000 more than we need, but that's good, baby. That's what we want. Boom, boom, boom.
Your date went really well the other night, huh? What? I guess so. Why? No reason.
Boom, boom.
I had snow cones. Oh, that's so great. We want you to turn your attention to Chaz. What? McElroy's heart is like a beautiful apple that's in your hand.
Some more. Boom, boom.
Nothing breaks the team faster than herpes. No, I'm not gonna make
Balance.
We're talking about love. We just want you to have sex with him. What? No.
Boom, boom.
Honorable thing is to walk away, and that is
Boom, boom.
let her go. Okay, she's made up her mind. We'll just move on to plan B. What's plan B? Oh, I'm sorry, don't worry.
Bum, 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 and I'll keep the astral stuff. Sweet. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the house. Oh no, we don't have to do that. We go to the shop. We go to housing. We go to the Red Barn Farm. We switch it over to gold, and then we buy it for 125,000 gold. Boom. Receive a housing deed.
You can have up to 3 castles plus your dorm room.
Cool.
You must empty a castle of
Red Barn Farm is quick.
before you can sell it.
Go home. And I'm out of energy, except I'm not. Because if you'll notice these little icons to the left here, I can start immediately. So what seeds do I got?
Janice, would you like to start the day off by sharing?
I was just trying to find some peace.
Large, medium. Yeah, I can plant evil snow peas and grapes of wrath. So I'll put down 4 medium plots.
But you, Janice, you realize this you just said you got
Okay.
further progress in maintaining control over your libido, correct?
Yes. Thank you, Taylor. Definitely. Friend, massage therapist, walked in the door.
Okay, and then I should have your energy elixirs. Let's go. Equip now. Boom. Full energy. So then we're going to go back, make some more medium plots.
Guys, Janice, I have asked you to leave before let's just move on. Who'd like to talk about chlamydia, syphilis, gonorrhea, etc.? Shall we?
Hi. Sorry I'm late.
Okay.
Having sex.
Seeds, and then medium plots, medium. So some evil snow peas.
I'm Katie.
Then, yes, some elephant ears. Then grapes of wrath. Oh, I didn't know I had red grapes of wrath. Those need enchanted soil, and I'm not high enough rank for them yet. So, boom.
Why don't you come to my room tonight and we can comfort each other? 11:55 sharp.
Okay, so cool. And then we can just let those go. Guys go. Well, no, we need to get a garden gnome. Housing items. I don't think we already have a garden gnome.
God grant me the serenity not to have sex with my friend's girlfriend. Courage tonight. Not having sex with my friend's girlfriend.
Okay, so then we need to go.
Masturbation sometimes the senseless solution.
Okay, so then we need to go. All right. So then we what do we Gollum Court.
Would you like some champagne?
No. No, I can't. I actually just came by because that's what I had to say to you. Do you have a bathrobe or a parka you could hook up?
Sorry. I'm hot.
So,
Wouldn't you feel more
housing
comfortable
shop,
saying what you need to say in front of the bed?
Probably not.
garden gnome.
It's a posturepedic.
Oh, well then in that case, it's good for my back, so.
Okay, so I have the garden gnome, and then food scraps I pick up in
I know that sex.
Marleybone.
I know that sex addiction is a disease. God, they feel so good. God, this is so wrong. Jimmy's my friend.
boom.
Can't go through with this.
Thank God.
Oh God, what a relief.
Yeah.
He's got a heart of gold.
You sex demon? You sex fiend?
No, you got it all wrong.
Impure.
Okay, there we go. So we have that place down, and then I think that's all set up. So I think we can continue questing. You could do it.
Jimmy, hey, it's me, Chaz. Look, what happened back there is so not a big deal.
Okay, well,
Think of it as like a rude handshake.
tune by God, or no? Well,
Look, that's not coming out right. I'll explain it. Call me back, please. It's me, Chaz.
I mean, we can go for almost 2 hours, but my brain's like.
I think I'm lying. You're wrong. I was not back down ever. I won a lot of radio contests because I refused to get off the line.
If we went to a Halloween party dressed as Batman and Robin, I'd go as Robin. That's how much you mean to me. Stupid that I said that. You know what? No.
Okay.
I don't think that's stupid. I'm glad I said that.
Hey, turd face. Guess what? I've taken every single one of your teddy bears and I've stuffed them down my pants.
Hey. Yikes. Sorry. For about a month, my urine smelled like marshmallows.
Okay, so what was okay? Yeah, all over the place. I can do the Zeus stuff now, I think. If I talk to Merle Ambrose, so let's go to Wizard City. You can do it.
Hey, it's me again. Jimmy, please, call me back.
Okay, so then we go to Merle. Talk about the Zeus. Zeus.
I didn't sleep with Chaz. But congratulations. I feel as slimy as if I had.
Oh no, wait, what?
To make this right, Jimmy needs to know the truth. You would do that. Don't give me that.
Okay, well, we're gonna go to the bazaar anyways, and we're gonna see if we can just join up on the kiosk.
And they made an improper left-hand turn.
Oh, come on, Kitty, don't go. We love you.
Look, it's up to us. Okay, we're forced to take Michaels and McElroy out of play, no matter what.
That might require some bad behavior.
Hello and welcome to Day 3 of the Orbit's World Wintersport Games. The best Chinese and Russian pairs have fallen away, setting up the ultimate gold medal showdown.
So do I?
Pairs remain, both American, both
Okay, let's go to Cyclops Lane.
And it's come down to this. Tonight,
So that's where the entrance is?
the big story here is the men's pairs figure skating team of Michaels and McElroy, and these same gender sensations have taken center ice in the hearts of millions of skating fans everywhere. They've literally taken this sport by storm.
Cyrus Drake, thank you.
Jimmy's here at the arena, you ass. I've been staring at a pack of gum for 9 hours. What'd you do to him? I'm on my way.
Okay, Cyrus Drake, Cyrus Drake, Cyrus Drake.
Taxi!
Cyrus Drake, Cyrus Drake, Cyrus Drake.
World Wintersport Games. Yes, I am Chaz Michaels. Hey, Strauss.
Okay, so Cyrus Drake. And then I talked to Romulus. Boop. Cyclops Lane. Cyclops Lane. Luke Skywalker. I forgot that you can do that in this game. Name yourself Luke Skywalker. What? I think it's Eyes Tower.
Sorry, Chaz.
No, it's Achilles Tower.
Actually, it's quite the opposite. See, your days of sitting in the spotlight are over.
Alright, there we go. So then we'll talk to the librarian, and then hopefully we should get the stinking that place unlocked. Get scroll in Wizard City.
You certainly
Romulus, Cyclops Lane.
She did it?
No, she couldn't. Because of you.
Go to player. Then we'll go to Achilles Tower, talk to Romulus, and then he'll be like, hey, you unlocked this area. And I'll be like, oh, fuck yeah, dude, thanks. And then we'll go beat the hell out of some anthropomorphized Greek gods. Alright, and then the chariot awaits.
Whoever invented rope was a real a-hole.
Let's go! Let's Apollo's chariot. Baba.
Well, something seemed to work.
Hello, Sinus. Dum 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 dum. Alright. Okay, and then defeat Zeus Skyfather. Can I? I'm gonna mark this location. Can I? Can I go to the?
Oh, hey there. What are you doing there? Oh, no, wait, it's okay. No, wait, it's okay.
Oh, that's right. I'm not enough. That's right. Now that I have a new. Okay, so then we go. Oh, exit. There we go. Bizarre. Boom. So then we can go to the kiosk, and then hopefully we can just immediately team up and not have to worry about anything like that. No, what the fuck am I doing? Because don't get me wrong, the armor that I'm currently wearing is pretty good, like the body piece. But if I can get the Zeus thing to match, that'd be good. Actually, before I do that, I gotta get rid of all this Krakatopian stuff. Krakatoa. So we'll get rid of all the Krakatopia stuff. That way I have space in my inventory for all of the Zeus shit. Then, cool. Yeah, plenty of space. Mount Olympus. I'll be the only life wizard amongst a bunch of death ones. Mambo. A pale bright one. I do say. Okay, I don't need the Rolling Thunder. I don't need to summon a minion. So I'm just going to put Trap.
I really appreciate this. Just that man who was chasing us trying to kill me. So, thanks.
Boom, boom, boom. Tim.
Hey, who are you supposed to be anyway? Rod Serling?
JFK. It's gonna make sense.
No, it'll be fine.
Yeah, okay. Alright, so Snowball!
Don't make me kill her.
Alright. Ooh, Leaf Storm in hand. Me likey to see that. I will put a blade on myself. Okay. God, my brain's... I gotta focus in, lock in, lock in. So we got the blade off. Love to see it. For Brian Griffon. Okay, so... I mean, theoretically, one blade whipping it would work. So I'm just gonna fucking send it.
So the favorites, Strauss and Fairchild von Waldenberg, now taking the ice.
As Marilyn Monroe and JFK, they'll be dramatizing a forbidden romance, Jim.
I take pride in the words, Ich bin ein Alien.
Oh, God. No, not meteor strike. Hold. Be steadfast. Yeah, 500 damage, no big deal. Okay.
Fantastic attention to detail this pair has demonstrated. An absolutely seamless use of props integrated into choreography that is both physically impressive and artistically moving. A rare ballet of ice and history. And those scores
Okay.
Strauss and Fairchild
So.
are up next.
Wow. Okay, well, I got one. 2. 3. Oh, damn. Almost 3. Well, we can still basically focus on Apollo and beat. No harm, no foul. Okay, so... Fucker's got Deer Knight loaded in. And he's got Faint loaded in. So, I'm just gonna do a little bit of healing on myself. Get myself juiced. Because, you know, I gotta make sure I'm safe and okay. Okay, so we got the vampire. Oh, wait. Oh, dude, you're wasting all... Dude, you wasted all of his traps on that? Fucker had Deer Knight locked and loaded. Oh, wait, no, he didn't. Oh, he killed... Oh, I thought he attacked Apollo. Sweet. Okay. Alright, so... Cool, we got Apollo down. Is Apollo's gonna give us any shit? Oh, I got a life weave robe. Doom. Where are the other fuckers? How they didn't go to Athena? Because I already... Okay, good. Then there's one of them. Alright, cool. And let's make sure at least one other person loads in. Alright, and then 2. Cool. We're sending it, brother. Let's go. Okay, so... I mean, they're all basically the same thing, so I'm just gonna... load him up because he has Deer Knight. I mean, I also have my fucking... I also have Leaf Storm too, but it's, whatever. Flash! Ah! Savior of the universe! Okay. Okay, so, ooh, I got a trap on me. That ain't good. But I'll boost him up with some blades. Come on. Okay. Okay, I don't need... Dude, balance life. Okay.
It's over. All the endorsements, everything gone. Oh my god, I can't get a real job and you killed me.
Do everything.
Alright, so... That's really weird with a watermelon filter over it, because it just... You can barely tell what's going on when it's just all that field of white. But that's kind of the point, because I don't want to get a copyright strike. The audio is already pretty risky to do it with the screen as well. That's why I have to make sure I talk enough to kind of talk over it, and that it's quiet enough to where you can hear, but just barely. And even still, I don't know if this stream will ever actually get uploaded to YouTube, depending on copyright and strikes and stuff like that. It's just very risky. But that's why the filter's there. That's why it's so small, because it looks basically like nothing to the, like the algorithm can't tell what the fuck it is, and the audios get covered up half the time. So, fuck it. I'm sending a leaf storm. Iron Lotus.
No! Don't do it! I was wrong! It's suicide!
Oh no, the black cat. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so he's got... Alright, so... Damn, didn't kill all of them, but we got 2 of them. So, we take those. I mean, a kill's a kill's a kill. So.
God, I seem to have wet my pants.
Yes, we did it. Did we win?
Ugh.
I don't know. I see the version there.
Okay. I'm gonna have to cut your pants off.
But start upstairs at crotch. It's a better access point.
You were incredible.
Oh no, ship fools! Yardy yardy har 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 har. Shh. Oh, fun fact about the whole, like, ripping a sail with a knife thing. Getting the knife to an ideal sharpness where it is sharp enough to cut the sail, but not so sharp to do it too quickly, is basically impossible. So...
You're under arrest for the desecration of an international icon.
Legion token also reduces in size as you approach.
It was her idea. She broke his ankle.
Bah, bah. This guy's gonna move quicker. Oh, you gotta be quicker than that. Okay, yeah, they were pretty quick. Okay, we're going. Don't need any conversion. Do not need the Rolling Thunders.
I never had a father, okay? But I don't care. Because now I've got a brother.
Sit for every one of us. Sit for every one of us. Okay, so I really like the design of this, like the kind of metal, like somewhat patinaed bronze statue sort of villain. It looks really good. It looks so cool. Okay, so then I don't need a minion. I don't need the vampire. I'll blade up, but
Hey, I've got something I want to show you. I had it done last weekend. It's you, the wolf. Runs with the lone wolf. So if the lone wolf never has to be alone again. That's how much you mean. You drunk when you got it, don't you? Yes, absolutely hammered. Welcome back.
okay, so I mean, we're pretty set up to fuck them up. Oh no, wow. Oh shit, we've been dropping some frames. Oh, that ain't no good. Hopefully it picks back up. I mean, it says it's going to 5,000 kilobit. It's on. See the up. Are we back? We're good. Drop some frames there for a little bit. We're good. I'll heal Talon. Why not? Oh, here I will skip the credits. So, that was an ep. Feral, related movies. Sisters. Christmas Eve. How is this fucking related? That is Will Arnett. That is Will Arnett. I don't know so much about Grudge Match. Here comes the boom. Here comes the Cars 2. When a problem comes along, you must whip it. Lest you whip it. You must whip it. Whip it. Whip it good. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Grab that grip. Give the pack a slip. Step on the hip. Break your mama's back. When a problem comes along, you must whip it. Oh, I didn't know I had Space Jam on this. Lest you come along, till you whip it. Ba ba da ba. I'll whip it. I said whip it. Whip it good. Shit, I don't know what I want to watch next. Go to recommended maybe? Who the fuck is Candace Churchill? I don't know, but apparently she's in Tooth Fairy. With Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Categories, let's go comedy. Three-Headed Shark Attack with Danny Trejo and Rob Van Dam. I wanna be a producer with a hit show on Broadway. I wanna be a producer, lunch at Sardi's every day. I wanna be a producer, wear a top hat and a cane. I wanna be a producer and drive those chorus girls insane. Oh, I forgot, Bigfoot and the Zombies. Forgot about that one. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. I surrender.
The Legion token shrinks down again to the size of a game piece.
I wanna be a producer and drive those chorus girls insane. It's left, right, middle. Cockneys versus zombies. Confessions of a Teenage Drama Queen. I didn't realize we had that movie on the server. Huh. Oh.
Curse you, wizard! I was sure my here is the key. The key?
Oh, wrathful gaze, pitiful wizard. Defeat the Cyclops God. Oh, pitiful weakness, I say. Cutthroat Island. I mean, they got it covered. I guess we're all going. I see. I didn't want to do this because of that exact reason, but. Oh, there's Danny DeVito. Hellfire Rip. Ernest scared stupid. Ah, trolls. Ah. I love Ernest. Flubber. God, I can't think of a film to watch. I know George. No. Ghost in the Invisible Bikini. Ghostbusters. There's something strange in your neighborhood. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters. Hobo with a shotgun. Dagger-inch. All the Ice Age movies. The Incredible Mr. Limpet. Jack Frost. Last time I played Jack and Jill, it got me on the fucking thingy, and I don't want to risk that. I mean, I already risked a lot with the fucking Blades of Glory. My biggest concern is that that's going to be a portion of stream. Like, most of stream, actually, because it's, you know, a 90-minute movie, so stream would get cut down to what we've been going for 140 minutes, so stream would get cut down to less than an hour with that. Well, last stream I wasn't able to upload because it was playing those movies full screen. Like, yes, the quality was shit, but it was full screen. So YouTube could have a very easy time looking at it and being like, oh, no, you can't do that. But this is like taking up like a 20th of the screen and has a filter on it. And the audio is super quiet. So I think all those things combined make it like not intelligible as to what it is. But even still, it's a risk. So, Jesus Christ, Vampire Hunter, that definitely won't get a copyright strike. In his forge, you do say? We gotta find the statues and avoid fighting that Cyclops because we decided to fight him. The librarian. Leprechaun returns. Bum 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 ba bam 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 bam. I don't care about the news today. And tears of gold stream down my face with arms wide open. Now everything has changed. Take me to this place, I'll show you everything with arms wide open. There in the sunlight. I'll show you love. I'll show you everything with arms wide open. This dude immediately going to fight. Yeah, but hold up a little bit there, bud. Let's make sure everybody's here. There you are, you fucker. And we're going. Little Vampire. What are Little Mermaid 2 not the... Okay. No Summon Minion. No Rolling Thunders. Oh. Oh. Mars attacks. I'm going to be a master of disguise. I'm going to be a master of disguise. Mega Piranha, Mega Python versus Gatoroid, Mega Shark versus Giant Octopus. God, I can't think of a movie to watch. Miser Brother Christmas. Bit early for that. Dun, 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 dun. Hey! Oceans 8, 11, and 12. And how about 13? Ha-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. The pacifier. Do the Peter Panda. That's the Peter Panda dance. Puss in Boots. God, I'm trying to find a good movie to watch. Retard Dead, but that's not really an appropriate movie for Twitch. El Dorado. What else could I do? That's a lot of Santa movies. Scooby-Doo. Rhonda. Mystery Incorporated. Hello. Nice of you stopping by. I'm trying to decide which movie to watch in my brain rot section. I'm doing pretty good. Ooh, Spy Kids wouldn't be a bad one. Sure, why not? Go ahead. Oh. I don't consider it that sweet of a voice. It's a bit fucked in my opinion, but... boom, boom. No, I don't have Bluetooth, so if I hit my desk really hard, you'll tell I have a microphone sitting on my desk. The stand to it, I don't know if you'll see it because the filter. The stand to it, this thing broke. It broke here near where it mounts. So if I put any weight on it, it will just snap. So right now I just have my mic sitting on the desk. Ugh. Ooh, sweet, Ship of Fools. It's a good spell to use. Oh, why are they walking out to the side? What are you guys doing? We're going. Come on. I guess I could play Shrek 2. Shrek 2 slaps, but... Okay, so I don't need a conversion. I don't need that. I'll put a trap on his ass. Yeah, I'm just born that way, I suppose. Also, staying hydrated is important. Nah. I do different voices from time to time, but I don't voice act. It's just how it is. I thought about voice acting, but then you hear some of the stories about how they're in a booth for hours on end, and I'm just like, I don't think I could do that. Especially because some of the voices that I attempt to do require a lot of phlegm and moisture, typically from drinking milk, so it just doesn't work. Sure, go ahead. I'm fine with that. I've been called worse, so I'll take it. Oh, there we go. Start from the beginning. Cool. Hopefully it will load correctly. Sweet. Okay, so we're pretty loaded up. Oh wow, I didn't realize how much. I'm going to regenerate because I need to heal. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I don't know how long I'll be streaming till I have to move away. So, if you ever want to catch up on any of the content and stuff, I think I have my YouTube channel linked. That has some archival stuff as well as just shortened videos and some other things in case you want to keep track. So I don't need to summon a minion. I'll blade up again.
Tonight's premiere exhibit is a rousing look back at the exploits of Mystery Incorporated. And here they are. Folks, this crowd is going crazy over Mystery.
It's almost 3. I really should get some food pretty soon. Mascot for each of you. I'm from Ohio. Well, I was born in Florida, but I'm in Ohio right now. So, funny thing with the movie that's playing in the brain rot section off to the left here. So, depending on your region, the restaurant that was sponsoring in the film is either Burger King or I believe KFC. So you might have noticed that if you were on, I think, Netflix, because Netflix used the other region. I grew up with the Burger King variant, but a lot of other countries, they would have grown up with the KFC version of Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed.
Museum with our guests of honor, the Master Detectives of Mystery Incorporated.
Oh, cool. I went to school up in Michigan. Not to U of M, not MSU. I went to a smaller school in the Thumb, but was not a fan of it. Winters there do indeed suck, and because of all that cold lake air, I would walk at an angle all the time because the wind was just so heavy. So that was not the most enjoyable experience.
Absolutely. Mr. Inc. is proud to donate the costumes of criminals we
We've also donated the costumes of some of our more ridiculous foes, like Chickenstein.
Well, I kind of wasted that heal. That's great. What would those be? Because, I mean, it's more of a side thing for me. It's not a biggest focus. I mean, yeah.
Blessed wizard, you go and speak to wise Silenus. He will record your name and accomplishments.
Nah, it's fine.
Me too.
Really?
What did I get in my backpack? Detect. Dang it. Didn't get. And I already have this, so. And then this, a Cyclops Lane. Somebody has to be in Cyclops Lane. I was moving in Cyclops Lane. try again. Cyclops lane, Cyclops lane, Cyclops. Come on.
Oh boy.
I guess it is right here. I'm just running into it, but still out on the teleport. It's a little bit faster. I do have Discord, but I usually don't like to share it to a lot of people, just because I've had some incidents with it. I spammed a bunch of stuff. I got banned from like 7 servers that I was in because don't scan QR codes unless you know what they're for. I scanned a QR code and it proceeded to invite in every single chat I was in. So not just like main, but every single channel that I was in. It sent an invite to a fake naughty server or whatever. And I did not have enough time to rebuttal, to do anything to try to fix it. Yeah, I got banned from a bunch of servers because that really pissed me off, actually. But nothing I could really do about that, so.
Sorry. We have to save Shaggy and Scoop.
As usual.
Okay, so sorry, I gotta go to Marley Bone and buy those recipes. Should have enough for it. Yeah, 18,000 should be fun. Marley Bone.
You'll be the ones unmasked. And the buffoons you truly are.
I might want to lower the volume on this just slightly. God, go to 20. Why is it not? Advanced properties. Bowser. -20. There we go. And then crafting. They to my right. Recipe shop. Stinger the Scorpion. And I think it was Constellation Jewel. Let me double check. Yeah, Constellation Jewel. Okay. Then, if we go to recipes, Constellation Jewel. So 4 glass vials, bunch of scrap iron, and some rubies. So rubies, buy more. Let's just buy 10 of them shits. Then glass vials. Let's also buy 10 of them shits. And then what does the Scorpion require? I have socials and stuff. Like, I also have Discord. I just don't like to give them out to people typically. Just cause, you know, it's just how I operate. It just works for me. So a bunch of coal and a bunch of sapphire. Okay, so then you want to go to, we need scrap iron, which, if I remember correctly, the clock tower, but I don't know if I have access to that yet. are locked off. That's not great. Okay. Game's going pretty good. I'm just doing the side questing for the most part right now.
Just received the final packages of emergency supplies for the rest of the troops in Crocotopia. Can you deliver the rest of them?
Boom, pet shop, here it is. Boom. It's pretty fun. Obviously, you have to decide whether or not you want to do membership or pay as you go. There's benefits to both, obviously, but and technically you can play entirely for free, but that comes with its own challenges. So, because to play entirely for free, what you have to do is you have to do daily quizzes on King's Isle's website to get up to 100 crowns per day, and then you use those crowns to unlock the areas, and then once you're, I believe, level 13, you can start doing Gravulum challenges, which can also net you more crowns if you keep up with them every day. And so basically, playing for free is the same structure as pay as you go, but with that, it means you don't get membership benefits like special events, loyalty tokens, anything like that. So again, there's trade-offs with it, but still, it's pretty fun. I currently have a membership set up, but I used to be a pay-as-I-went player, but then I stopped playing for a little bit, and then I decided to bite the bullet because it was just such a good deal, because I got it in like a bundle. So it got me like a permanent mount, some weird looking ass pet, some other things, and so it's just worth it to go with the membership as opposed to paying as I went. Okay, and Digmore Station. So, somebody already at Digmore Station. Yep, Steve Stormshade. Thank you, Steve. Okay. So, Tracy Castleton. Union Square Clothier. Whoop. Just say we pay the price. This is my favorite scene in all of cinema history, by the way. What could possibly happen from ringing a doorbell? Well, it's mainly like near the end of this scene. Yes, so that's what I call the brain rot section. So you know how when you scroll on like TikTok or YouTube Shorts or whatever, and you'll see Family Guy clips and then Subway Surfers on it? This is effectively my version of that. To where I have Power Rangers on top. Glad you recognize the season too. And then on the bottom, I have a movie with a filter over it, so it's harder for copyright to pick it up. Box of cookies? Here it comes. Have you heard the good news? Yeah, there's cookies. Fuck it, it's my favorite scene in all the movies. But yeah, so that's my brain rot section. So. I love Dino Thunder. It was a pretty good season. I've been meaning to watch Aba Ranger, the Sentai it's based off of, but I just haven't got around to it. Yeah, I don't know what I'd pin down as my favorite Ranger season, because I like a fair number of them. Ninja Storm has obviously one of the best Rangers ever, and that's Cam. Cam the Samurai Ranger was like one of the best Rangers ever. But obviously that's for the one season. So yeah, Ninja Storm would be pretty good. I mean, I like most of the Disney seasons because I've seen most of them. I didn't watch all of RPM. I couldn't get into it, and I didn't watch Overdrive. Oh yeah, no. The white Dino Thunder Ranger is crazy. Like the design they gave Abare Killer is insane, but damn it, it works so very well. I don't know if it's my favorite Ranger suit though, because there's a lot of good Ranger suits. I really like the Shadow Ranger from SPD. That's a dope ass suit. God, what's another good one? Yeah, I think I watched like the first episode or two of Wild Force. But I just couldn't keep up with it. Not in terms of like it was too fast or anything. It's just it wasn't for me. I can't remember which guy it was, but actually one of the Wild Force cast, I can't remember if it was the Red Ranger or the Wolf Ranger, they stabbed their roommate or something. No joke. Like this, I can pull it up, but crazy. Yeah, Ricardo Medina Jr., who because he played Decker in Power Rangers Samurai, and then I can't remember what character he played in Wild Force. No, he was the Red Ranger. Yep, he was the Red Line Wild Force Ranger in Power Rangers Wild Force, and returned in Power Rangers Samurai. And then he was also on ER. God, everybody's been on fucking ER. How many people have been on ER? Because this guy's been on ER. George Clooney, obviously main star of ER. Then you have Linda Cardellini. You have fucking John Leguizamo. How many fucking actors have been on ER? Like, Jesus. Like, nothing against the actors. Get your bag, but so many actors have been on Okay, I gotta pull up the IMDb for ER and look at all the cast, because this is ridiculous. Okay, cast. Okay, who's immediately sticking out to me? Alex Kingston was on ER? Jesus Christ. All cast and crew. I don't know about Jesus being on it, but okay, let me look through. I need this to be bigger so I can actually see their pictures better. Okay, cool. Yeah, Linda Cardellini I already mentioned. Scott Grimes was on fucking ER. John Stamos. What? Who fucking... William H. Macy was on ER. CCH Pounder was on... What? Angela Bassett was on it? God, I'm trying to see if there's anybody else. Yeah, I already mentioned Jago Uzama, yeah. Sally Field was on ER? No, this is for like 11 episodes here, 15 episodes there. These are for like 2 weeks of television. This isn't like single episode stuff that I'm talking about. This is multiple episodes. They're short time characters, sure, but I'm not talking single episode stints. Right, like CCH Pounder was on 24 episodes. Right, Angela Bassett was on 21. Like, these aren't short, dude. William H. Macy was on 31 episodes. Yeah. Stanley Tucci was on 10. Omar Epps was on 10 episodes. Penny Johnson-Gerald? She was on 9 episodes. Huh. I recognize her face more so than her name, but... I don't know about that. I mean, ER was a very popular and big show, and so getting your name out there, even if it's on only 10 episodes, is still crazy. Clancy Brown was on it for 7 episodes. What the fuck? Michael Ironside was on 6 episodes. Okay, now we're getting to like close to like 5 episode range, so definitely closer to that cameo status, but even still. Keith David was on 5 episodes. Kat Dennings was on 5 episodes. What the hell? Danny Glover was on it. Don Cheadle. Daniel Day Kim? Insane. Insane to me how many people have been on ER. ER is like the cheat code show if you're doing like So I imagine you've heard of the Wikipedia game, where you go from one Wikipedia topic to the other, to like a completely unassociated one in as little clicks as possible. You could probably do a similar game with, yeah. You could probably do, I'd have to look up who that, I mean, I probably recognize the voice of the Arbiter, but I'm not great with names. So... Oh, Keith David. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. But, yeah, so I imagine if, like, you're playing the IMDb game and you want to get from one actor to another, you can basically just be like, you know what, they were probably on ER at one point, and then just find anybody. Yeah, it was Keith David, but that's just crazy to me. Chelsea Court. But yeah, hey, what are you? I mean, if you get a call or audition or whatever, and you're just like, you know what, this show gets a lot of viewers, gets a lot of people's eyes, might as well. So the fact that so many actors were on ER still baffles my mind.
I hope you haven't been listening to Marcel's tales. I wouldn't trust anything he said. If you want to know what he's done, chat with William Pugsby.
Hell, I've been in prison here, but I am innocent. I'm sure this misunderstanding can be...
Miss Wood. Yeah. I wonder how much delay there is on chat. I don't know if it's user-based or if it's on my end. Because I don't think I've put, like, a delay. Yeah. Well, I imagine for a lot of actors it might have been, like, a floating gig to where the show wanted them for whatever reason. And they're just like, hey, I'll take it, and then... once I get, you know, something for something else, I can quickly bounce off because they have so many characters and so many people, it's not going to affect them if I leave, you know. Okay, so... I'll just... Oh, I just start crafting. I craft... Oh no, Stinger the Scorpion. Oh, crap. Well, that's fine. So, I need a bunch more scrap metal. And I also need more glass files, so I'll just buy those real quick. Oop, oop. Buy more. 10. Buy. There we go. Then I, what was I doing? Oh, yeah. Go to Krakatopia. Krakatoa. Krakatoa. Just for feeling too. Oh, no, you're not distracting me. I kind of distract myself. If you could see my screen right now, it's hard to not get distracted. Because I have Scooby-Doo here. I have what you guys see up here. I have the game here. I have my stream information here. I have chat here. And then on the thing that you see, I also have Power Rangers going, which I'm not really watching, but it's there. And then not to mention I have all the thoughts going on currently in my brain, and the side tangents from fucking ER and whatever the hell. Which I kind of generated my own, because Scooby-Doo got me thinking about Linda Cardellini, and Linda Cardellini reminded me of ER, because fucking everybody's been on ER. Also, something that you don't realize until you start watching movies, especially in this sort of environment, is you don't realize how fast movies used to be, or some movies were. Right? How you remember when you were younger that they were just, hello, welcome in. That they were just much longer. But then you go back and you're watching them and it's a 90-minute movie and it's just going by way faster. Because every movie nowadays has to be 2.5 hours long. And that runtime just makes things feel slowed down and bloated. And don't get me wrong, it's good to kind of sit in a scene sometimes and feel the environment. But other times it's dragging. And so to watch, comedies, and they're like, oh yeah, it's just 90 minutes in, out, boom, done. And it's just like, oh, this is enjoyable. I like this. Now you watch TV, and a fucking television episode's 55 minutes long, and I'm just like, I do not have time for this. Like, how am I supposed to keep track of everything when, you know, it takes me forever to watch just a single episode of TV? You know, that's something that pissed me off about Ted Lasso. Is the first season of Ted Lasso had like the perfect runtime per episode. They were like 25 to 35 minutes an episode. And it was so nice because they felt like long enough to where you could get a good grasp of the characters, and that it was a more, I wouldn't say drama, I mean it was a comedy, but it was a more fleshed out sort of storytelling, while not feeling so long to weigh you down and to feel sluggish. It was really, really nice. But then season 2, you start noticing them starting to drag out the episodes closer to that traditional 48-minute time slot. And you're like, okay, it's not the end of the world. Oh yeah, definitely. When you're making a quick movie, it's definitely, I feel, has a similar amount of difficulty as making the longer films. Because with a longer film, you have to maintain audience engagement. Whereas with a quick film, you have to make sure it doesn't feel too disjointed and all over the place by jumping from scene to scene. So I feel the balance that you need to film either a longer or shorter film definitely has their own talents and skill sets. But when I was watching Ted Lasso, and they started increasing those episode lengths, it eventually got to the point where season 3 was going, and we're talking those like 50-plus minute long episodes. And it was just draining. I could not at all sit down and watch an episode, because I would sit down and watch episodes when I would eat like lunch or dinner or something, and I just wanted something quick, in, out, no problem. And when they were 20 or 30 minute long episodes, it was easy to do. But when they became an hour long, it's just like, well, shit, I could watch 2 episodes of another show that I like and take up less time. Yeah, I'm having a hard time understanding that. I'm trying, but any Onyx. Okay, so Onyx Riders. Yeah, some of the longer films, they can have padded out jokes and like phrases and stuff that don't really fit or blend well. Because, oh yeah, too many jokes can definitely ruin a movie, depending on how they're structured. I think filling in the gaps. Okay, so now, yeah, okay, it was how I interpreted it. Cool. But my big thing with both short and long film, and when it comes to jokes, is comparing the theater or live performance or stand-up or anything along those lines with comedy and film. So with jokes in a movie, you have to very much get in and get out. Tell the joke, let it land, and get out of there. Don't wait for the laugh, because that's going to feel uncomfortable. It's going to pad things out, and not in the best way. Whereas if you contrast that with, if you contrast that with a more theater style, the theater style tells you to land the joke and then gauge audience response. More importantly, let that air take up that space for the audience to laugh before you keep going. And that school of thought is why some films work better than others in terms of delivering. Having side stories, you'll see that a lot in television, which is weird. You'd think you'd see it more in film. Yeah, Scrat with his acorn, it's a nice sense of levity from the main story, and it doesn't really hurt anything. But you'll often see B-plots far more common in television shows than in film. It's not saying they don't exist. I can't really think of anything immediately off my head where there is a B plot to a movie, whereas in TV shows you almost always have a B plot, because kind of the resolution of the B plot ends up being a punchline for the A plot, or something along those lines typically. With Scrat, it's obviously different. It's not necessarily how his storyline and stuff operates. For him, it's very much there. Although I do think we get a couple interactions of Scrat and the main Ice Age gang in some of the later films, but it's very few and far in between. But, yeah, Scrat's an interesting case with the B storyline. I'm trying to think of any other movies that have, like, a true B storyline, because Scrat's... I can't remember which film. It might have been the second one where he causes that glacier slide, because his acorn cracks the glass, not the glass, cracks the ice. And so that ended up being, like, B plot interacting with A plot, which is good. You always want to do that. But, but even still, a poor blending of plots. Actually, I have a great example here playing in Scooby-Doo right now. So you have the A and the B plot. A plot is obviously who is the evil mask figure, who's reanimating the monsters, all that. And the B plot is Velma's love story with Patrick, right? And they kind of blend well together because her love story with Patrick bleeds into the whole Johnson Jacobo storyline. Well, not storyline, but plot point that kind of led her astray. So that's a point where you're having those two plots and they're blending well together. But this is a short film. Well, it's not a short film. An actual short film's like 20 minutes or something. But it is a lower runtime film, I should say. So the fact that they can have those two plots and it not feel bloated, while at the same time having them be, for a children's movie, fully fleshed out and developed, is impressive. But I'm trying to think of a longer film that has a B plot that works similarly as well. And it's... I can't nail anything down. Now, a film I did just watch that I highly recommend if you're a fan of Hellboy is Hellboy and the Crooked Man. So it's the newest Hellboy film. It's very small budget, well, for a Hellboy film. It's a very small film. I can't remember who was the studio who made it. I enjoyed it. I wouldn't call it like a masterpiece by any means, but it was a much smaller scale story. When watching it, I never felt like, oh, the world's at stake. I only ever felt like the characters in the moment are at stake. And that's something that you don't really see from a lot of comic book films. Almost every single one you see is just like, oh, this villain so-and-so is going to destroy the world, or monsters are going to overrun this, or blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's typically a better alternative than just jokes having a B-plot. I didn't mind David Harbour that much. The new guy that they got, well, I think it's a different studio than the ones that were doing it previously. But he's okay. It does feel like he's kind of doing a Ron Perlman impression, a little bit. But then I think Ron Perlman is almost everybody's definitive Hellboy, just because of how well he portrayed the character in his two films. And I don't mind a rotating cast of actors for certain characters. It doesn't really bother me that much, as long as the character feels like the character. Obviously, if you're doing like a cinematic universe or whatever, then it kind of matters a little bit more. But for something, you know, like Hellboy, where I don't feel it sits well as like a cinematic universe, because I don't really think Dark Horse has a lot of crossover stuff with Hellboy. But I feel a rotating actor, yeah, like Robert Pattinson, like Batterson to me isn't having the whole Matt Reeves thing separate from the DCU that they're upcoming. I do think that's a good call. And I like Elseworld stuff, or things of that ilk, where it is very much ignore everything else. You can just have this self-contained story, and it feel genuine, and it feel real, and it just be well written. I feel that's one of the biggest issues with all these Universal projects or whatever, is that they get very bogged down and restricted by the fact that they have to maintain a certain continuity. Whereas if you do these one-off films that they've done so much in animation, for instance, you can tell much richer and much more character-involved stories that I think, you know, sit better. Gotham by Gaslight, if we're talking Batman, for instance, while not the greatest animated movie, I had a fun time with it because it was a different look at the character. Well, the whole Kang Dynasty thing was because the actor was a piece of shit. So that's a little bit differently. Now they're transitioning into Doomsday and Secret Wars. That gets all... Yeah, I mean, they had to pivot. But the main thing with Marvel on that problem, with the whole Kang situation and multiverse stuff, is, one, they had ended it. They had a solid, like, 15 or 14 year run with these characters and actors. And while I know some people did want some characters to get, you know, more things added on to them, not added on, but a more continuation of their stories or more development, I feel that if they did end it at Endgame, even though Spider-Man No Way Home was a decent film, I feel if they ended it at Endgame, it would have been a better wrap-up to everything, just because it just works. Now, don't get me wrong, I did enjoy Loki. I found that to be a pretty enjoyable show, and I like how he became God of Time. Spoiler, sorry. But, yeah, no, if they ended it there, I think it would have been a much smoother thing, and I think they would have had a good time taking the loose canon that was associated with the Netflix shows, and then doing what they're kind of already doing and rebooting them. To where it would have been, I guess, timeline adjacent. So they could basically restart shit there. To where they have, you know, Daredevil, Punisher, Jessica... I forget her name. That's not Jessica Parker. I'm forgetting her name. That's going to piss me off. Luke Cage, Iron Fist... I don't think Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was weird continuity-wise. I don't know how that works. Jones, thank you, Jessica. I knew it was alliterative. I'm not... Every single name in that universe is alliterative. And, because you have, what, Matt Murdock, you have stinking Peter Parker, you have Jessica Jones, you have Stephen Strange, you have Doctor Doom, you have Reed Richards, Susan Storm, like... Shit gets confusing. But a lot of comics do that. I mean, DC does that too. There's actually a really funny joke in a Superman comic. I can't remember which one. But it was Clark talking to, it was either Connor Kent, it was either Connor Kent or his son John, that he was talking to, and he pointed out a tree or a stone that he like carved into with his like laser. I think it was a stone that he carved into with his laser vision of you know, Clark Kent, and it was CK and LL, and you know, the kid he was talking to was like, "Wow, you knew Lois back then?" And he's like, sort of. And it wasn't Lois. It was obviously Lana Lang, who's his love interest from when he was younger, and the one before Lois Lane. But it just goes to show that A, there's a lot of alliterative names in comics, and that's just a funny coincidence with Superman. But yeah, but those names are fun. One of my favorite dynamics, though, is Superman and Nightwing. I really like that dynamic. I like how they are like truly friends, and just it's so good. And then I really like the whole Super Son stuff with Jonathan Kent and Damian Wayne being basically like the future of the you know, the future of the world, and you know, demonstrating how they can improve. And then also I think Diana also molded herself a daughter, and I'm blanking on her name, but they also like teach her and help her and stuff. There's actually a really great Wonder Woman comic where they're babysitting Diana's daughter, and they're trying to fly a kite, and it's just not working, and she's getting really upset. And so Damian's like, you know what, I got an idea. And they break Kite Man out of jail to teach her how to fly a kite. And it's just really adorable, and it shows a side of Kite Man that's really nice. And probably made him really happy, because obviously he's very passionate about kites. He's fucking Kite Man. But it was a really cute comic, the panel to read and stuff. But yeah, that's one of the things. I love the whole Super Sons dynamic. I love Damian and John interacting in that way. And also to see John's powers develop throughout their relationship, while Damian kind of remains stagnant in terms of skill, but improves in terms of emotional reception and things like that. I find really interesting. To where they're kind of both sides of the coin. You know, John improving in skill while Damian improves in humanity. It's cute, and I find it quite enjoyable. But I think the most recent thing that I read was one of the Teen Titans runs from the early 2000s, where you had like Kid Devil, who became Red Devil. You had Tim Drake Robin. You had Impulse, who then changed to Kid Flash. So Bart Allen did that for some reason. I think he was just trying to find himself in like the new era that they were establishing. You had the second Wonder Girl. I believe her name's Cassie. You had the second Speedy, and I forget her name. Then I think Garfield was still there. Yeah, it's 2006 Titan Comics. I really liked it. Art style was a bit weird, especially regarding the giant ass feet, but you can kind of get past it. But I really liked reading that, or for what I read of it, and I really gained to like Red Devil. I already kind of had a soft spot for Blue Devil, and I did not know about his origin, which is insane. But it was interesting to look at. So, yeah. Oh, but what I really like is the whole World War V stuff. I want to read more of it, but I think one of the newer issues came out. But the whole World War V vampire shit, it's so cool. Some of the designs of the characters as vampires and how they kind of change their costumes to better fit with the vampire aesthetic is really cool looking. And then B is just some of the dynamics between the characters and be like, you're a fucking vampire now? It's just like, yeah, I'm gonna kill you. And it's hilarious. And also the people that didn't get turned is kind of crazy too. It's just like, you're still alive? How? I've enjoyed what I've read of it so far, and it's something I would recommend reading. Also, I did find it interesting how they incorporated alien blood as an aspect, because obviously a lot of members of the League, or just heroes in general, in DC, are aliens. And so they're like, how are we going to deal with vampirism and aliens? And so, depending on what alien you are, yeah, I mean, they do make great comics with the weird premises. But depending on what alien you are, that determines how the vampirism will affect you. So, like, I believe Martian Manhunter got turned, but Starfire, her blood's weird. She can't get turned. However, her blood makes vampires immune to their... immune/resistant to their weaknesses for a short period of time. Which is crazy. That's what they went with. I don't know how Icon is affected. I don't think they really went into that. But that would be something... because people forget that Icon's an alien. Also, people forget some of the stories with Icon that are batshit insane. So, obviously, Icon looks the way he does because his, like, ship or his alien form basically took after a slave woman who found him as a child. And so he was raised as a slave. And the fucking... That's his origin. And it's insane that they made that his origin. But I didn't write it. I didn't. But he's a cool character. I like Icon. He doesn't get that many. He doesn't get many stories. Although I don't know. Oh yeah, it's basically like, hey, we're gonna take the Superman origin, but make it way worse. Way worse. Yeah. But that's how it, again, I didn't write it, you know. But what are you gonna do? I'm gonna make a location marker here, and then I'm gonna go to yeah, I mean, there's a lot of crazy origins in comics that just don't get talked about for good reason. That's obviously one. I'm trying to think of other ones. I don't think there's one that tops that in terms of just like who decided to make that his origin. But yeah. And then you also just have to deal with how yes, Hunting Worm and Earthwalker. Yes, let's go. Better attack damage and Hunting Worm. Cool. And then we're gonna go here. And there we go. And then also get rid of but yeah, I don't know who decided on that stuff, but they did. But then you also just get all the retcon stuff. So like Jason Todd is a good example because the original Jason Todd origin was basically just Dick's origin again. And then you're like, you know what, that makes them too similar, makes the character kind of boring. And so they changed to him stealing tires off the Batmobile, which is also insane, but I kind of understand it. I don't know who you're going to sell those tires to. You know, they're like industrial military tires of like a really weird size, but somehow you were able to just use a regular socket wrench and get them off. Or tire iron, I should say. I mean, I guess you could sell them to the Penguin, but... Oh yeah, the Penguin's also had a couple different interpretations, too. Because sometimes he's a hideous monster, other times he's just a fat dude. And depending on the continuity you're in, it could be either one. Because sometimes he has his hands where it's like this, other times he's just ugly. Three Jokers was an awful storyline. I could understand, I think it was Jeff Johns who came up with that, I could understand the mentality going into it of, we have this 60 or 70 year history of this character, and throughout that history, his motivations and actions have changed into kind of three distinct eras of just wacky silliness, complete, you know, fuck everybody, or screw Batman specifically. But the thing is, every single other character in comics also had that. So there was no reason. It was just those were just different times. Those were different times for the characters. They behaved differently. They were drawn differently. They acted differently. It makes no sense. Just be like, oh, he just has three different personalities. I'm like, why? Everybody's different. You don't have to single out this character and degrade the... It's stupid. It's really stupid. But, I mean, that's the thing. Like, it was never said, ever, that, oh, these are definitely the same guys and the same continuity. We've had, what, how many crises? Like 4. There's been like 4 crisis events. These are not the same guys. Stop trying. Right? That's like saying Cesar Romero, who surfed with Batman, is the same as thinking Heath Ledger. Like, they're clearly different characters. They're clearly different interpretations. Don't try to say they're the same. And it's the same with comics. Right? Yeah, this character's been around for decades. But that's fine. They can change, evolve, develop, or just be in completely different timelines. I mean, that's the whole case with, what, Earth... Well, was the case with Earth 2, Jay Garrick and the Justice Society, because he was the original Flash, but then they did the whole Barry Allen Flash, and like, well, shit, now we have to explain this, and then they had the Flash of Two Worlds whole comic thing, where they're like, oh no, this is... Golden Age is like a separate Earth, and that's where like Hawkman and Hourman and all those folks live, and Alan Grant. That is his name. I might be misremembering. But they're the original Green Lantern. But it's just how it is. What time is it? God, it's almost 4. We've been going for over 3.5 hours. Okay, Lifeblade. It's playing Mighty Morphin again. Great. Looks like season 2 or 3. Hard to tell. Because White Ranger's there, but I can't immediately tell which era of White Ranger. John Constantine is cool. The whole like Justice League dark team sort of situation and the magical side of DC is not explored often, and I feel that both helps and hurts it. Obviously, it hurts it in terms of like notoriety and public knowledge, but I feel it helps it in terms of aiding to the mystic aspect of it and to the questioning the unknown. Because for years, I didn't know that whole Keanu Reeves Constantine movie was a DC... I straight up didn't know it was a DC movie, because I had never heard of the character Constantine. Because, again, the magical side of DC just isn't talked about. So, when I found that out, I was just like, oh, weird. And then, you have the most recent interpretation of Constantine, who, I think the actor's name is, like, Matt or something. It's eluding me. But he did a phenomenal job with the character. And it's kind of hard to see anybody else in the role. But then again, you can say that with God knows how many roles of, I can't see anybody else in this. And then a casting director just goes off. And it's just like, well, shit. I see it. Oh yeah, the losers too. Matt Ryan, thank you. Yeah. The Losers is a weird one. Because the Losers that was produced with like Chris Evans and I think James Dean Morgan was also in that. That Producers was based off of a later, not Producers, Losers was based off of a later run of the comic that kind of revamped the idea away from its original concept of it being like World War II soldiers, which I still think that an adaptation of the World War II version of the Losers would be pretty cool. But that's how it is. I don't know how James Gunn's DCU will pan out. Obviously, I want it to do well because I like these characters and I like the films that James Gunn has made. I do still need to see Toxic Avenger, but that will come. But obviously, I do have some concerns. The biggest one is the Bat Family. Since we are starting with Damian Wayne as our Robin and kind of an audience surrogate in that role. Well, maybe. I don't know what the rest of the Bat Family is going to look like or how they're going to adapt it. I really don't want them to ignore it, obviously. I want them to have, you know... oh yeah, Swamp Thing I think has already been announced, and that will be like one of the first... I think that's going to be a series on Max. Although they tried one in 2019, so I don't know. But I do like that they are going to the Magic. They also are incorporating like the Authority very early on. Some other stuff too. But I don't think they have John Constantine slated right away. But he obviously might be incorporated into the Swamp Thing story that they plan on doing. I'd have to pull up this. Actually, I can pull up the slate right now. So, if let me get another window out. So, Gamer Alt. No, I don't have another thing. Oh, well, I can just switch Gamer Alt. Okay, that's fine. So, slate. Every film and show. What do they have? Do they have just like a... God, okay, I don't want text. I just want an image, please, for the love of God. So, open a new tab. Okay, so... That doesn't count, that doesn't count. Universal... Okay, so... Oh, don't tell me... Alright. So... I know they're thinking about that. I know they've been talks about a Blue Beetle animated series, but so they have. Oh, it's actually gonna be a Swamp Thing movie. I thought it was a TV series. Okay, it's gonna be a movie. So they have Creature Commandos coming out obviously first, and then they're gonna have Waller with, I believe, Viola Davis is coming back for that. They have the David Cornsweet Superman movie. Then I'm really excited for Lanterns. you know, that like detective show that's going to have Hal and John's kind of a new recruit. I'm really looking forward to that. Then yeah, The Authority, that's going to be a movie. I'm not too hyped about that, but it is nice that they are trying to do, you know, we've seen God knows how many incarnations of certain stuff, so to see something new is kind of nice. Then they have Paradise Lost, which is going to be a series. I'm not too familiar with that. Oh no, that's right. That's going to be that prequel Amazon. Yeah. Nathan Fillion is a weird casting for Guy Gardner. I like Nathan Fillion. I've watched some of The Rookie and I enjoyed it, and I've seen some of his other works. But one, I'm hoping they get rid of the bowl. I'm glad they're starting with the bowl haircut. They needed to do that because not having Guy with the bowl is sacrilege. But they need to just give him his regular crew cut that he gets later. Like, have that be at the end of the film when they move away from Lord Tech, because you can kind of go, based off the set photos, of being like, okay, here's how the movie's going to be kind of panned out, is you're going to have established heroes, you're going to have this team with Mr. Terrific, you're going to basically have the Terrifics, with Mr. Terrific, Metamorpho, Hawkgirl, or Hawkwoman, I don't know which one they go by, and Guy Gardner's Green Lantern, and they're going to basically be with Lord Tech, who Maxwell Lord is played by Sean Gunn, so they're going to be basically sponsored by Lord Tech. Superman's going to be, like, liked by everybody more, and it's going to be like, you know what, it's better to be your own superhero for your own reasons and then not be sponsored by this big company. They're going to have a change of heart, and they're going to try and form some pseudo Justice League International sort of situation, and they're going to go away from Lord Tech, and they're going to have their own costumes and outfits, and Guy's going to get his haircut. That's kind of my prediction with that, because that's what should happen. But it's fine to cast Nathan Fillion in that role. I'm not too opposed to it. Then you have Batman the Brave and the Bold, which introduces obviously Batman, but it's also going to introduce Damian, which I hope they do well, and I hope they cast well, because casting Damian is a tough task. So then they have the Booster Gold series, which I am on the fence, because from all information gathered, Kumail Nanjiani is cast as Booster Gold. I don't think it's been officially said yet, but I think that is probably some of the worst casting I've ever seen. 1, too old. 2, doesn't look anything like the character. 3, because of his age and just the other roles I've seen him in, he doesn't feel like he could pull off Booster. Like, at all. Right? The whole thing with Booster's character is that he comes in a cocky asshole wanting to make money off of being a superhero. And then he very quickly learns to grow more of a conscience and to do heroing for heroing's sake. You can't do that with a 50-plus-year-old actor. It doesn't feel right. It's supposed to be like a 20 or 30-something-year-old guy that's a piece of shit. Like, you can't, like, if he is truly actually Kumail, like, if Kumail Nanjiani is truly and actually Booster Gold, I'm gonna throw a fucking fit. But besides that, then they have Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow. It's a movie that I'm looking forward to because it's nice to see Supergirl on the big screen. And that comic apparently was very well received. I've yet to read it. So we'll see how well that gets used. And then, yeah, the Swamp Thing movie that I mentioned earlier, they're going to do that. Which, the 2019 Swamp Thing, for what I saw of it, looked pretty good, and I'm hoping they could do something similar suit-wise. I'm not opposed with them using CG for Swamp Thing, just because he is very much a hulking type of, big guy made out of plants. It's kind of hard to do. But I would rather them do CGI touch-ups rather than a whole thing. Because for the budget of one movie, no big deal. But you gotta think long-term, where you're gonna have these team-up films. You're gonna have your Justice League International film, your regular Justice League film. You're gonna have, maybe a Justice League Dark film, what have you. You might have things down the line, either movies or shows, that are going to utilize these characters, and you have to think from a cost and time wise, okay, if this character is a wholly CGI creation, it's going to be a problem if A, you want to have that character appear in TV, or B, you have him in a team up. I need to, I recognize Pedro Pascal. I don't think I'm familiar with Scott Adkins. Oh, yeah, I could totally see that. Out of those two, I would probably go Scott Adkins. I feel just his facial structure fits Batman better. He is 48, so he's... Yeah, and yeah, Pedro is also being the 1960s Reed Richards that they're doing, so... I'm not opposed to Scott Adkins. He is 48, so he's a bit on the borderline for age for Batman for me. Obviously, you can always play younger, but I'm not opposed to that. A fan cast I've seen a lot that I'm actually not too mad about, especially because he has played Batman animated, is Jensen Ackles. He is 46, so he's still not the youngest spring chicken, but I do like the work he's done, and his voice for Batman is pretty good. So I don't know how well he'd perform on the screen as Batman, but that's, you know, those casting directors for a reason. They'll figure it out. But a fan cast I've seen that I think is insane and should not be a pick at all is Alan Ritchson as Batman, which, no, I'm fine with Alan Ritchson. Let me add another. I'm fine with Alan Ritchson, but I just don't think. I just do not think. Okay. I gotta shrink that down. I just do not think that Skarsgård. His face I find weird. Like, to me, he doesn't look... He could work, but yeah, the Alan Ritchson fan cast is for Batman. Like, don't get me wrong, he's a fucking behemoth of a man. Like, he's terrifying. But I think he's too big is the problem. And obviously I also like the whole blonde hair. Now, granted, they have hair dye and wigs these days. It's not the hardest thing. And he's obviously young enough for the role. You know, being only 41. He's kind of like at that perfect age for Batman to have a kid. That's something that, time frame wise, like, I don't know why I'm moving that. Like, timeline wise, is my biggest thing, is that you have to break it down. So if Damian's, like, on the high end 13, right? And let's say Batman started Batmaning at, you know, 25, which might be a bit late, but I'm just doing that for state. So let's say he started Batmaning at 25 and Damian's 13. You don't want like a 50-year-old Batman because that seems too old, right? So in order for Damian to be around, I would basically imagine that within year 2, and he's like, you know what? I need actual fucking, like, training and shit. And that's when he goes to, like, the League of Assassin, Ra's al Ghul and all that. And while his time there training, he shacks up with Talia, consensually and not roofied. I very much want that to be the case. I do not like that retcon. But he and Talia, you know, do the thing. And then he goes away, starts Batmaning again after better and more training. And so now, with that, like, improved training and stuff, he's doing that. Meanwhile, Damian's being, you know, grown, born, and raised to effectively Okay. So that's like the whole thing. So if he starts Batmaning around, if they cast Alan, I won't be opposed to it. I think he could play Batman very well. He just seems too big for me. Also, the funny thing is he's played Aquaman. He played Aquaman on Smallville. I didn't mean to open up Instagram. But that would be funny. But there's been a lot of fan casts. I think I've also seen James Dean Morgan. But my biggest problem is he's too old. I feel he'd play a better Thomas Wayne. Or is it Jeffrey Dean Morgan that I'm thinking of? Nope, James Dean Morgan. Or no, nope, it's Jeffrey Dean Morgan. God, I'm horrible with names. I've seen him, but he's 58. He's too old, but I think he'd play an amazing Thomas Wayne. And I think a lot of people would agree with that. I don't know if they'll ever go the ever decide to do any story with Thomas Wayne, whether it be alternate Earth, whether it be another Flashpoint. I don't think they want to touch that storyline ever again, because one has been overdone to death, right? You had it done in the CW show. You had it done in the animated movie universe twice. And then you also had it done most recently in The Flash. And horribly, too. So, I don't think they're going to touch Thomas Wayne with a 10-foot pole or the Flashpoint storyline or Flashpoint world anytime soon. And I'm glad, because they need to do some Wally West stories. I really hope the Flash of this world is Wally West. Because that, to me, just makes the most sense. We've been kind of buried Allen for the past 2.5 decades. Because you had John Wesley Shipp as Barry Allen in the 90s show. Then you had Bart Allen in Smallville. Then, which I don't know if it was, but you had Bart Allen in Smallville. And then obviously you had the CW show with Grant Gustin. And then obviously you had the DCEU. And also you had all the animated movies, that used Barry Allen as the main Flash. And we've seen enough of it. We've seen enough Barry Allen. Let's go back to Wally West. Wally West was a lot of people's Flashes for many, many years. And I think he should get the spotlight again. I don't know who should play him. Obviously, I'd want a redheaded actor of an okay build to portray him that can play that fun, casual side that Wally West has, while still being able to pull off the serious moments that a character with such immense stories as the Flash can do. Because that's like a big thing with the Flash, is that because of his power set and because of his villains, not his rogues gallery, but some of his higher scale villains, his stories are on a grand scale, like timeline shattering scale almost all the time. Because when you're dealing with a guy that can run damn near the speed of light, yeah, it's pretty fucking terrifying. So I don't know how well they'll pull all that off. And if they decide to go with Wally West, I think they should. And I think Cole Sprout is a crazy fucking call. Okay, I'll have to reload that, but that's fine. I can just keep it on this for now. But Cole Sprouse is a crazy pull for Wally West. I'm actually not too opposed to it. He is 32, and I feel he can play younger. Definitely, he looks younger than 32. He looks close to like a 27. So he definitely can play a contemporary to Dick Grayson's Nightwing. Because that's the thing you have to keep in mind, is whoever plays Wally also has to play well against and feel the same age as whoever they decide to cast for Dick Grayson. So, there's that to keep in mind. I don't know how much of the original Titans they're going to either cast or adapt. Because if you're going with... And I mean like Donna Troy. yeah, I've seen him as a pretty good cat, and I'm not opposed to that at all. But when you're talking, not wrong ones. I'm talking. Where's? Okay, that's too much text. But oh, there we go. Yeah. So Kid Flash, Robin, Aqualad, and Wonder Girl, and then also Speedy is usually a founding member as well. So like, I don't know how many of those characters that are going to adapt. Mainly because Donna Troy tends to die a lot. So she might already be dead. There's been multiple Aqualads, so I don't know if they'll adapt Garth or if they'll adapt Calderon. Then obviously they're going with Wally West as the Flash. If they decide to do a Kid Flash, that would probably be Bart Allen or Impulse, which I wouldn't be opposed to. And I'd actually really like. There's also like Wallace West, but that gets really fucking confusing with. Yeah, I don't want to even get into that. And then obviously you have different Robins. My favorite Robin's Tim Drake, which I know to some people is insane, but he just is. So my thing with the DCU and how I want them to structure it is, let me pull up apps, paint, new. No, that's Paint 3D. Fuck Paint 3D. Just paint. Paint. There we go. That's way too fucking big. There we go. Let me drag this around, and then window capture, paint. So and let me shrink that down. Okay, so my main thing with the DCU that I want them to do is that color, size, make it bigger so I can fucking see what I'm doing. So is that you'd have, obviously, you're gonna have Damian come in as the Robin that everybody knows. So, well, not everybody knows, but he's the one that's gonna be introduced in Brave and the Bold as Damian, right? And then, obviously, the question is, what about the other Robins, or Batgirl, Spoiler, or Orphan? What about them? So here's what I want. I obviously want all four Robins, because they're fundamental to the history of Batman, and they're fundamental to multiple things. So I obviously want Nightwing, his first one. Spoiler. Oh. Dude, I like, yeah, Spoiler. Yeah. Stephanie Brown's a cool character. And I want her, because, like, why not? So here's my thing. So I'd want them to obviously have, there is going to be, I don't know if it's going to be Elseworlds or not, but there is going to be an animated movie with Dick and Jason coming out, I think, before Brave and the Bold. And it's a really weird animation style. I'd have to look into it more. So obviously, I'd want Nightwing, him as Nightwing. And then I'd want Jason Todd. However, I want him to be dead. And here's what I mean by dead. I mean not Red Hood yet. I know timeline-wise that's kind of weird, because typically Red Hood comes back, Damian's not in the picture, but let me get into this in a second. He's still Jason. He's not Red Hood yet. This is pre-Red Hood. They're doing their thing. And then I want Tim with the Titans. So, you know, he's off at fucking Titans Tower. Right. He's at Titans Tower doing his shit. Damian is fucking now with the Batman. Right. So Damian's with Batman. Tim, and then he's in fucking Bloodhaven doing his shit. Right? That's what I want. Then he's dead, but he is currently with the Shadows. Dead, but we'll get to this in a second. So we go through Brave and the Bold, and obviously we're introduced to Damien, some other things. Tim gets mentioned, but he's off with the Titans doing his own thing. And then Dick would probably return and be like, what the fuck? Who is this kid? Because he has more of a peer relationship with Bruce than Tim does. And this would probably be going on around the same time as whatever Teen Titans movie that they make. Where my preferred villain, and I know this is weird, my preferred villain for the Teen Titans movie is Clarion. Clarion would be my... If they make a Teen Titans movie, Clarion would be the villain. I feel he doesn't get enough spotlight. Dr. Light's not a bad one. They could go with Dr. Light. I don't know which version of Dr. Light they'd go with. But I feel we've had Dr. Light and Slade Wilson in both the animated series Teen Titans and in the awful Max series of Titans. So I feel going with a character that is a Teen Titans villain. I find Clarion to be a Teen Titans villain. And has only really gotten the spotlight in animation, which he's only really gotten the spotlight in the Young Justice, and then he had a little bit of a spotlight in the Tomorrowverse during the Crisis event. But not really that. He was there, but didn't really do anything. So, Clarion would be... So, this is happening at the same time. So, these are happening at the same time. So, Dick is busy. Not Dick. Tim is busy. And Batman is dealing with Damien. And then Nightwing is like, what the fuck is he doing here? All that. At the same time, Barbara would also be in Bloodhaven, helping Nightwing as Oracle. She wouldn't be Batgirl anymore. She'd be in the chair. She'd be Oracle. Right? This is like my whole thing with this. So, right, and the current Batgirl, and skip credits, there we go. So, and then, let me get back to this. The current Batgirl, I'm going to need to draw a line here. So, the current Batgirl would be Cassandra Cain. So, Cassandra Cain, she'd be off as Batgirl. She wouldn't really be involved in this story. I feel her and Stephanie Brown, or just her as herself, could get a small story. Actually, let's not include Stephanie Brown in it for now, for what I'm contemplating. So, Cassandra Cain is either with the Shadows currently. Actually, that's what I'd undo. So, Cassandra's here. She's not Batgirl yet. She soon will be, because Barbara will give her her blessing. But she's with the Assassin. She's with the League of Shadows. Right, because her mother is obviously Lady Shiva and all that. So, it gets kind of confusing. So, here's how it breaks down. Brave and the Bold's going on. Damien shows up. Batman's like, what the fuck? Dick is also like, what the fuck? And goes to Gotham. And then goes to Gotham. Bloodhaven can handle itself for a little bit. There's no real threats. Cassandra's off in her own world. They don't even get mentioned during Brave and the Bold or during Teen Titans. They're an afterthought. They're going to come into a later movie or event. Tim is off with the Titans fighting Clarion. And so this Brave and the Bold is going to have Dick, Damien, and Bruce. As well as obviously like Alfred and Gordon and all the other fucks. But those are going to be the main Bat family members that we're going to see. We might see some offhand remarks from Barbara to Dick over the phone or whatever like that. Currently, they're dating, right? This is what we're going to establish, is that they are dating. Obviously, Dick is known as a ladies' man. He's dated Starfire. He's dated, dated a fair number of people. But we're going to say he's with Oracle right now. And Starfire isn't with the Titans. So the Titans... Is there a clear button? Is there a clear all? There has to be a clear all. I don't know all the shorthands for fucking... I mean, thing is, I can't write dialogue. I could do a screenplay. I could do that. I can't write a script. Right? There we go. Okay, so it's... Okay. Right, that's the thing. Like, I could do a screenplay, but I couldn't do that. So, let's just go with the Titans right now, because that's what I want to focus on. Because I like the Teen Titans, and I like Tim Drake, and I want to focus on Tim Drake. So, we're with the fucking Titans right now. So, with the Titans, here is my team lineup. Right? Everybody knows the fucking Titans from the animated series. They know the fucking Titans from the show. That was dog shit. Right? Here is the team that I want to go for the Titans. You have Tim Drake as Robin. Right? Best Robin, my favorite Robin. Works well as Robin. Red Robin was okay. Drake was a horrible decision in writing. But Tim Drake as Robin with the Titans. That's what I like. Next, we want to go with fucking Superboy. Obviously, this would be Connor Kent. Because Superman, David Cornsweet, is too young. He don't have a kid yet. This is going to be Connor. Right? Makes sense. He was grown, in like 2 weeks, yet he's 16. Whatever. His 90 outfit with the glasses and the jacket, I'd have him start in that. Right? I'd have him start in that, but then over the course, he's like, I'm an asshole. And then he goes into his more t-shirt look that I prefer. So, right. So, we'd start with Superboy in the shades, right? Superboy be in the shades, all that. Then, so that's 2. Next, we would have Kid Flash. Kid Flash, and this would obviously be Bart Allen, just because of age. This is obviously Bart Allen. And I would want him as Kid Flash. Either start as Impulse and become Kid Flash by the end, or just start as Kid Flash already established because Wally West has been doing it for a couple of years. And he's like, you know what? I'm going to go away from Impulse. And who knows who we could focus this on? We could focus it as a Superboy focus. We could focus it as a Kid Flash focus. Out of all of it, I think doing a Superboy focus with him having a growth of character over time, especially with seeing an asshole like Clarion, and maybe having some parallels in their story in terms of what links them to humanity or what... Yes, obviously Zolo's Blue Beetle is on the team. I was getting to that. But yes, you'd have BB on this. You'd have Blue Beetle. Because he was fairly introduced. There have been talks about an animated series. He's not a teen, but you don't have to call them the Teen Titans, right? You can just call them the Titans, and it works. Especially with Superboy's advanced aging and the fact that Bart Allen's from the fucking future, right? But here's the thing. This is a sausage fest. You need some women in this bitch, right? Now here's the question. Doesn't have superpowers. Has a suit. Has superpowers. None of them are magic. Now, obviously, a big one would be like, oh, Raven. But I feel Raven doesn't have chemistry with any of these characters whatsoever. And we already had a pretty strong Raven storyline in both the Teen Titans animated series with her and her father Trigon, and they kind of rehashed that. I also want Trigon to be a villain later. Trigon is such a big fucking threat that I don't think he's a Titans only threat. He is a Titans villain, and I want him to have that kind of aggression towards them, but I don't think Raven is the right fit to put in here. Right. So that leaves a couple. You could do Cassie, who has some magic to her, being a whole Wonder Woman character, and her relationship with Tim is good to see. You could... Now, I typically like 5 members, and especially with a lot of James Gunn's other films, or just a lot of ensemble movies, 5 seems like a right number. You could do Dawn, the second Dawn, from... Not Dawn, sorry. Dove. Well, I think her name is Dawn. But you could do Dove from the the second version of Dove. But I feel you can't have Dove without Hawk, and I'd rather do Hawk and Dove together. And I also want them to be like, yeah, Zatanna is... Well, here's the thing. A lot of people think Zatanna is a teenager. But Zatanna is... But Zatanna is like the same age as Bruce. Like, Zatanna and Bruce are typically seen as contemporaries. She's usually like a couple years younger than him. She's not a Teen Titan. No. But Zatanna's not a bad one to pull if we're making our main villain Clarion. So our main villain is obviously Clarion, because that's what I want. And I like this Zatanna thing you're going with. So these are obviously all kids. And if Zatanna is the same age or similar as Bruce, Zatanna will be our den mother. That's what she's going to be. I didn't think about that, considering I was doing a magical villain, but I like that. And also it adds one more female to the ensemble, and she can provide insight, but her first and foremost thing is making sure that they work cohesively as a team and as a unit, and that they should be handling things on their own, but she will be there to help them with Clarion, if only a little bit. But obviously, we're going Wonder Girl. We're going Cassie. That's like my big thing. She obviously leans more into the magical side than the other four members. It obviously adds a female voice to the group, which I feel is necessary. I love her and Tim's relationship, although that can be something that can kind of be hinted at towards the end of the film, but not necessarily be something that's a through line. Or you could have them already dating and they have no tiffs throughout the entire film. They're just shown as a strong, reliable couple that enjoy each other and work well together as a team. Actually, I would like that. Either a hint of relationship at the end, or throughout the entire movie, they're just a rock-solid couple. Because in so many media, you'll see, like, they'll have a fight in the middle and all this shit. I'm just like, what if they're just a dope-ass couple the entire time? Like, they don't have any tiffs. Like, that would be great. I would love to see that. So, I know you have to have conflict in a movie, but I feel the biggest conflicts we're going to have in this movie are Superboy's growth from snooty lab-grown asshole to just a more well-rounded character. And then, also, obviously, the conflict will be Clarion as the main magical villain. And then I feel another conflict you could theoretically have, although I don't know if that'd be too much, would be Zatanna's approach or viewpoint towards the team as a whole. Right? That's like my thing with it. Is you can have you can have the oh god, but the broken god, that one off too, Jesus. You can have the conflicts be sort of limited, but my main thing would be that well, I'm a big Titans fan, and I feel they've been kind of shit on for the past 5 years. And so, like, this is my thing because here's the thing. We've already been introduced to Blue Beetle, right? Through the film, we've already been introduced to that. And then Tim Drake would get a passing mention in Brave and the Bold. So he would kind of be already introduced. Superboy would be teased through either Superman or potentially in the Lanterns show. I know that would be really weird, but the Lantern show is going to be kind of a detective sort of... Or no, wait, hold on. What am I talking about? Booster Gold. From the future. Although I don't think he's from the same time as the Legion of Superheroes, which would make more sense. Actually, it could be teased in Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow. Well, no, yeah, totally could. if just in passing they mention that LexCorp has some ownership of the Superman IP or something along those lines, they could kind of Legion of Superheroes is great, and obviously Superboy is a big inspiration for them. But if they could kind of tease Superboy through, hey, Lex Luthor's a complete asshole, and he actually owns kind of the branding of Superman in a really roundabout way, because Clark Kent, he was thinking about helping people. He wasn't thinking about his patents or his copyrights. And so Lex Luthor, filed all the copyright and patents and shit for Superman beforehand, so he technically owns intellectual property rights over it. And so you can kind of use that as a back-end way of nudging towards, hey, here's Superboy. And that way he's not completely out of nowhere. That he's somewhat of a I don't know, but he's somewhat pre-introduced. In terms of Kid Flash, I don't know how. Obviously, you're just going to have some new characters in the film. Zatanna can obviously be set up in Swamp Thing. I don't think that's going to be a problem. Swamp Thing's going to start with some of the magical aspects. I think she's an easy shoe-in to have a passing mention or a small cameo role in Swamp Thing. So, this would be a passing mention in Brave and the Bold. He already has his own movie. This would be in Swamp Thing, and then this would be either Superman, Woman of Tomorrow, Superman, or potentially Lanterns. Wonder Girl can be set up in that Paradise Island show. Now, granted, that is a very heavily prequel, but she can kind of be set up, say, last episode of, but now we have the Amazons of the future, yada yada. Or now we have the Amazons and Heroes of Now that'll protect not only Themyscira, but also, the world of man. And it shows, a clip of Wonder Woman, but then also hints towards Cassie. Now, I don't want to shit on Donna Troy. That's like my biggest concern here, is if introducing Cassie in that way through Paradise Island kind of covers up Donna Troy. But I think what could be done is, in that clip, do Wonder Woman, then do Donna Troy, and then kind of hint towards Cassie at the end of it. So I think that could work well. Clarion, obviously, he's semi-hinted at in probably Swamp Thing as well. Just in the same way Zatanna is, in terms of how magic is getting introduced and how it will work as a whole in this universe. So the only one that'd be truly a new character fully would be Kid Flash. And oh shit, actually now that I'm thinking about it, hold on a second. So if we, where's my eraser? And then where's the size of my eraser? That's fine. No, actually, bigger size. If we, I'm just going to clear away this. So I know I mentioned previously about Superboy's internal conflicts, about him being lab-grown and everything like that. But he would have already been hinted at in one of the other Superman-adjacent materials, or potentially even Lanterns. What if, during this film, this is obviously a magic-based film, right? Where you have Zatanna as a den mother, Wonder Girl's obviously involved, but then the villain is Clarion. A nice magical villain to start things off with that can also, A, shed some more light on the magical world of DC, which I feel needs that light shed, but then also open up to the Titans fighting these magical threats like Trigon down the line. But what about Kid Flash? Kid Flash, Bart Allen, he's a man of science. His powers come from science. He came back in time in a time machine. He is a scientist. He's very much in that realm, right? Blue Beetle's wearing a fucking alien scarab, isn't along for the ride. He's like, magic? Alright, bet. Tim Drake has fucking fought alongside Batman and seen the craziest shit. So he's fine with magic. Wonder Girl, her powers derive from magic, so she's totally fine with it. And Superboy knows that Superman is weak to magic. Remember, he has had all of his knowledge drilled into his brain from Lex Luthor, including his weaknesses, including Superman's weaknesses. So he's already known of and believes in magic because he knows, even if subconsciously, it is a weakness to him in Superman. So the only character in here that would have reservations about magic, even if he's coming from the future, would be Kid Flash. And I think that would be really good to tie in this whole magical movie about KF's growth and development towards magic and it as a real thing. Or just playing it as a bit. The entire movie. And be like, nah, bullshit. Not a thing. No. And then every single time, just seeing absolute crazy stuff. Clarion's turning into a Hydra and shit. Like, what is going on? And him just being like, nah. It's got to be something else. It's got to be nanotech. Got to be holograms. Got to be hard light constructs. Got to be something. But no, it's just magic, dude. And everybody else is just like, just magic, man. Like, Jaime might be a little bit on his side because he's still kind of new to this and stuff. And the Blue Beetle, more specifically Ted Kord, is a more technologically based hero. But I think, given the circumstances, he'd be a bit more open to it. But he might be, the idea of magic versus science, which is actually kind of a funny thing, and that happens a lot in Power Rangers. But I think it would be an interesting idea of, throughout the film, Kid Flash either being ribbed for or just outright denying magic, even after seeing all the stuff that Zatanna does on just like a day-to-day basis. So I think that would be kind of a fun thing to do. Obviously, I have no power or say or a big enough reach for anybody in the DC writing staff to see this and being like, you know what? That's a fucking crazy idea. Let's roll with it. But I think it would be an interesting thing to do. And keep in mind, this would be happening roughly around the same time as Brave and the Bold. Maybe a bit later. Or maybe the timeline of this film is longer than the timeline of Brave and the Bold. So let's say Brave and the Bold takes the course of, say, the majority of the film goes over the course of like 2 weeks, but then obviously like the ending scene or whatever is like maybe a month or two later where Damian's more mellowed out. Whereas Titans, let's say, takes place over months. And the whole thing is like Tim's investigating magical disturbances and things along this line with Zatanna's help, who's obviously a friend and ally to Bruce, former partner to Bruce. And so understands the Robin mentality, understands the Bat family mentality, and definitely understands magic. They've been investigating for a little bit of time. The other members of the team are just kind of there doing their own thing. They all stop, regular crimes from, say, Hive from time to time, but nothing that crazy. You might get like a 5 or 10 minute fight scene early in the film with Hive, and Tim's kind of off in his own world trying to find stuff to link to this magic thing, or he's seeing things out of the corners of his eyes, or throughout the fight, let's say, all of them are just feeling a bit off. Maybe not physically, but mentally they feel something's wrong. They're noticing something out of the ordinary. And it's been kind of going on for a bit. And, Tim and Zatanna bring their findings to the team, yada, yada. And so they start to follow down some of these leads that they have. They go to ruins here, to excavation sites there. They potentially even talk to Fate. I don't know if I want to incorporate Dr. Fate, but given that Clarion is a entity of chaos, I think it would be nice to get some guidance from Fate, but Dr. Fate being Dr. Fate, he's kind of an asshole about it and doesn't give him any real guidance. And Zatanna just kind of has to, like, push them through. Oh, it could totally be a good comic story, too. I don't know if this already has been a comic story. Although I don't... Well, the team probably has existed. But I don't know if this has already been a comic story. But, So, you know, Fate's kind of a dick. Zatanna kind of guides them through the way Fate talks and delves about magic. Obviously, Cassie being somewhat interested, given that her powers are coming from magic, so she's going to be a little bit more receptive. And Tim, obviously, being fairly experienced as Robin and seeing all the shit that he's seen, and obviously wanting to support Cassie as they are partners, not just on the team, but also romantically. Kind of goes with it. Obviously, Kid Flash is being very dismissive the entire time. Superboy's constantly worried because he doesn't want to run the risk of losing his powers or getting hurt. Not only because he doesn't want to get replaced by theoretically another Luthor clone, say like Match, that he may or may not be aware of, but he always has to keep it in the back of his mind. And then Blue Beetle's just worried because he's still kind of rusty to the whole superhero thing. Even with Ted's guidance and things along those lines, you know, he doesn't want to risk his family getting hurt more than they already have, or anything along those lines. So they keep going, and things kind of guide them towards weird shit. Then, say, another mid-film conflict where, say, a construct or a golem or something along those lines forms in New Jump City, and they have to handle it. Zatanna obviously dispatches them, but she's not going to handle it directly. She's just going to kind of guide them, and they're going to report on their findings, and she can kind of help explain the magic to them and with them. Now, here's the thing. While we want to make Zatanna look good, we cannot, in any way, shape, or form, make the Titans look bad. They can be weak and come back from that weakness in a form of strength, but we cannot make it look like Zatanna solved the problem with her magic. We have to make it look like Klarion was defeated, or at least temporarily out of the picture, by the Titans. So that's like the biggest concern I have with this, is that while it is a magic-heavy story, there's not a lot of heavy magic users on the team. But I feel, A, that provides better conflict and better drama. B, it allows Zatanna to actually serve a greater purpose in the story by being kind of their surrogate, well, not surrogate, being their kind of guide through this world more than they already are. And then Zatanna can use her insight and guidance to help them get to the right answer to defeat or stun Klarion. But they cannot really truly defeat him, since he is a being of chaos. He can be returned to where chaos and order are forged, but he can never truly die. So that'll kind of be like, you know, we'll see him, let's hope we don't see him again, sort of line near the end of the movie. And Zatanna's just like, I'm not gonna tell him. Like, they're fucked. Yeah. Obviously, like, all the little details and bits and pieces would have to be fine-tuned, but that basically be my whole premise of the Titans film, which would be going around the same time that Brave and the Bold is. That way we get further development of Tim. That way we get further development of Tim. That way we get, she just kind of be, like, in the back of her head, clowning on them. But no, there'd be, like, a scene where it cuts away to Klarion just, like, being pissed off in space. Because that's where, like, or, like, another dimension. Because that's where, like, chaos and order are. And it's just like, fuck! Now I gotta get a new vessel. And finding the right, anchor to that world is difficult. And if the Lords of Chaos are not, you know... Well, he is technically a Lord of Chaos, I suppose. But yeah, she'd be clowning on him for sure, just on the low. But that'd be my thing for the Titans movie. But I mentioned earlier, like probably 30 minutes ago, because I've been going off on this. I mentioned earlier Red Hood being, Jason Todd being dead and with the shadows, and Cassandra Cain also kind of being with the shadows. So here's what I want from that. So here's my thing. So in, say, either a Red Hood movie, well, you can't really bring back Red Hood without involving Batman. So say in a Batman sequel, so Batman Brave and the Bold is the first one, and I think this one, I want a brush, not a fucking thing. Undo that, because that looks like a smile and not what I'm going for. So we've already had an animation, and it's one of the most iconic stories, and they fucked it up in Titans, so I want a good live action rendition. So we do Under the Red Hood. It might not called that. It could be Batman: The Return of Jason Todd or whatever. But since they're going with like the Brave and the Bold, I don't know how you'd want to phrase this one. So that's kind of my thing. But it'd be basically Under the Red Hood is what we're going with. So we'd have the League of Shadows. You'd have the pit. Right, you'd have the Lazarus pit, all that shit. And then Jason would obviously, come back and he'd be like, I'm fucking back, bitches. Before this would happen, right? But established earlier this would be like opening scene, just fucking him, all that shit, But it would then cut to current state of affairs with Batman. So current state of affairs is you'd have the big man himself. And then you would have what color do I want him to be? I guess he works with the darker. Then you would have working with him, you'd have Damian as Robin, right? And he'd be in his gray and black Robin suit, all clean, spiky with the hood, all that shit. But then you'd also have with him Batgirl. And more specifically, this is Cassandra Cain. So you'd have Batman, he'd be with Damian, previously established in the other film, and then you'd have Batgirl as a new character in this film. And the reason why I want Batgirl active and with Batman and with Damian and working as a team is because it works oh so well for Jason Todd's return. And here's what I mean by that. Jason Todd is obviously being revived via Lazarus Pit with the League of Shadows. So he's going to have shadow influence on him, if only slightly. Cassandra Cain was with the shadows, right? She was with them. And by being with the shadows and all that stuff, she has that sort of mentality. She was trained by Lady Shiva and all that jazz. But she's going to be moved past at this point, right? Damian's, let's say, been doing this for a year as Robin. She's been at Batgirl for, say, a month now as Batgirl. Before that, Orphan. She can speak now, but very timidly and not great. Just because of the whole situation with her not being taught how to speak, how to learn through body language, and that being her form of communication. I don't think she should get hurt. For me, I want them to be part of this. But that's an interesting idea. I might tie into that later. So they're fucking around. She's been Batgirl officially for about a month. We might even have like a little thing because she wants to be... Bruce wants her to feel more welcome to the family. He might, or Alfred might do like, it's been 1 month since you've been you know, Batgirl, or heck, even she gets a phone call from Oracle, right? Barbara calls her up and is just like, hey, congratulations on being Batgirl for a month. You've been doing a good job. Yada, yada. You know, and she tries to say how excited she is, but obviously she's still limited in the way she can talk. She can speak, but her grasp of English is still limited given the circumstances and everything. Alright. So, that's how we're setting up that's how we're setting up with this. Batman, Damian, and Batgirl, Oracle being like, hey, shout out, good job. Alfred also being like, fuck yeah, cool. So then, they're fucking around doing their shit. And then all of a sudden, just like in the story, Batman is like, what the fuck? There's all these dead bodies, you know, showing up. Where you have, you know, some of the bigger crime bosses. Not like Marone or Falcone or anything like, none of that shit. But you have, you know, Castelletti or Mombas Donovan, or maybe one of Penguin's henchmen. Not henchmen, but like one of his like lieutenants. Actually, yeah. Like one of Penguin's lieutenants. Like Batman's finding people dead. Damian's all like fucking, they were pieces of shit anyways. It's just like, you're better than that. I know, but I mean, it's not the worst thing. And then, you know, Cassandra is just seeing if Cassandra's noticing something, noticing the similarity of the brutality, noticing the similarity of the damage inflicted to these guys, since she was trained by the Shadows. Now, granted, Batman was also trained by the Shadows, but he hasn't been with them for a little bit. Yeah, he's more Gray's detective, but he's a bit out of the loop. She's, you know, less than a year removed from the Shadows. She's knows their most modern tactics that Batman might be out of the loop on. So they're all fucking confused as to why this happened. He's obviously questioning Cassandra on why, potentially maybe thinking Shiva has returned to get her daughter back, something like that. Or maybe even Talia's back, you know, to show Damian why the fuck he's not doing what he needs to do. But it's neither of them. It's Jason. But they don't know that. Right? So they fucking call up Raish, and he's like, well, they call up Raish, and they call up fucking Shiva, and they call up the Shadows, basically, and being like, the fuck are you doing in Gotham? And they're like, what are you talking about? We're in, like, Myanmar or some shit. Turn on the fucking news. Or whatever. And so they're like, okay, it's not them. It's not the Shadows, it's not Shiva, it's not Raish, it's not Talia. Nothing like that. So they're like, what the fuck is going on? And they're trying to get to the bottom of this. And then, you know, another night comes, another patrol. Batman fucking does the whole... Give me a brush, I don't want a select tool. Batman does the whole, like, fucking swear to me shit. I don't know what that arm is supposed to be. He does the whole fucking, like, swear to me bullshit on some random thug or whatever. And, you know, he's like, oh, thank God it's you. I thought it was the other guy, the guy in red, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's just there's a guy. He's wearing a bat logo, and he's got a red hood. He's calling himself the Red Hood. He's fucking... Yes, this will be uploaded to YouTube, but the time of upload will be much later. Although this one I probably could release earlier than the other ones I have scheduled. I don't know what. But it's just like... But yeah, so I think I have my YouTube channel linked on Twitch, but if you just look up Moonman Sodas, you'll probably find me. You'll see my face. I review soda as well as other shit. And I have like a bunch of VODs saved on the YouTube channel. Just because Twitch, you can only have them for like a week, whereas YouTube, you can have them forever. So it's easier to do that. So he's just like, oh, this fucker calling himself the Red Hood. He wears a bat symbol just like you. I thought it was him at first. And he's like, what the fuck? And so then, you know, he's sitting in the fucking front of the back computer, all this shit. And it's just like, you know, who is this? And he's trying to find out, and all the signs are leading to, you know, he's obviously wearing a bat symbol. He's using, okay, good, thank you. He's using the bat iconography. He's clearly showing demonstration of League of Shadows techniques, but then also he's clearly using Batman techniques too. So he's kind of confused. Who the fuck could this be? Right? You know, he calls up Barbara to do some investigation work of his own. He calls up, you know, Tim and is like, hey, talk with the Titans, see if there's anything else you need to know. Right? Keep a track. Maybe talk to Zatanna with the Titans as well. Make sure she's in the loop. It's just like, why? Because she was your girlfriend? It's just like, shut up. Because that will be established. Zatanna and him dated because they have done that in the past. In comics, that's part of it. So that'll be a joke. Just like a quick one-off line. Doesn't matter. So yeah, he'll contact Oracle, who's obviously going to contact Nightwing since they work together in Bloodhaven. He's going to contact Tim, who's also going to talk to Zatanna, everything like that. And then he's also going to contact the League. Just to... I mean, probably not the League. That seems a bit excessive, but he might talk to Superman and see any guidance on if he's had to deal with something similar, somebody using his identity or likeness or anything along those lines. Actually, we're gonna scrap that. He's not gonna contact Superman. He's just gonna keep it in house because that seems to make the most sense. And everything like, and he's already talked to Ra's and Shiva and Talia and all them shits, because that, duh. So he's like, all right, and then, so then fucking Nightfall comes again. God, give me my brush. Nightfall comes again. There's like a big fucking warehouse. Batman and the team like fucking bust it, right? Batman and fucking, you have fucking Robin, you have fucking they all fucking bust it. And they find all the fucking bags of cocaine and shit or whatever. And they're just like, oh, thank God it's you. We thought it was the other guy. And then, he's just like, it's this Red Hood guy I've been talking about. And it's just like, yeah, me. And he fucking shows up because he was going to fucking bust them too. But he was going to do it in a much more brutal way. And they're like, oh, fuck, it's Red Hood. It's just like, you don't recognize me? Bats? See, it's easy for you to move on to new talent. And, because Robin and Batgirl in there and shit. And he's like, what are you talking about? Who are you? And then fucking, they're fighting, blah, 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 shit, whatever. Right? Doing their fucking thing. And then, right, during the fight, since Robin's a bit more brash than fucking say, since Damian's more brash than Cassandra and everything, and working as like a 3 against a 1 and everything, but what ends up happening is fucking, so what ends up happening is, so, they're all fighting, and then through some bullshit or whatever, Robin gets thrown, boom, into Cassandra, right? And just the way they hit, she like cracks a rib or some shit. Now granted, they can fight through fucking anything. They were trained by the League of Assassins. But she goes into like shock. Right. Like someone's fucked up. And like Bruce is like, tend to her, I got this fucker. You know, just get her to the cave. Right? That's the thing. Just like get her to the cave, Alfred can help her, you know, blah blah, all that. She's like, alright, fine. He radios the Batmobile. He drags her in, they go off, and then Bruce is still fighting Hood. Right, so then you have fucking, I want the draw tool, please. You have fucking Bruce, and you have fucking Jason, and they're duking it out. It's just like, and he's doing shit. And earlier in the movie, there's like a cutscene to their past, like, soon after, like, it cuts back to the fucking, not the pit itself, but at one of the days after Jason is like woken up and he's still learning and getting his bearings and stuff, and he has a fucking flashback, and in that flashback him and Bruce are like training, and he does like a certain different kind of move to one up Bruce and like get the advantage, right? And so we're shown that move earlier in the film during their like a sparring session. That way we have that in our heads. Then as they're fighting, he does the same shit. And he's like, recognize me now? And it's just like, Jason? It's just like, I'm surprised you remember with all the fucking other pieces of shit you have on your payroll. Right? And then fucking Jason does some, you know, Batman shit and ducks out of there to keep fucking up villains and criminals. And Bruce is like, fuck, it's Jason. Then he goes back on the cave. He's checking up on Cassandra and everything. And it's just like, I don't want the two of you getting hurt. I know this kid. It's Jason. He calls up Dick. No, well, he calls up the other members. He calls up Tim. Well, Tim wouldn't. But he calls up Dick and he calls up Barbara. Because they would have known Jason. And all that. And it's just like, I need you here now. It's him. Right? And they're like, oh, fuck, man. It's just like, yeah. And just like, how? Lazarus Pit. It's like, no wonder he's killing people. He's gone crazy. I don't think he's crazy. I think he's just mad. And so they're working through that. So they show up trying to help Bruce and figure out the whole situation. Right. They try to talk, obviously, like, Barbara can't join them, so, like, Dick, so obviously, like, Barbara can't join him because she's in the fucking chair, right? So, like, Dick whips out his phone while he's there with Bruce, and Barbara's there, and just like, oh, the fucking pity party's rolled out. It's like, you weren't there when I fucking died, yada yada. And it's just like, but you know you can't be doing this. Bullshit. If you would have did this, I would be alive. All the classic Jason Todd Red Hood bullshit. Just like, I'm going after that clown son of a bitch. And it's just like, he's in fucking Arkham, dude. They're gonna stop you. It's just like, they haven't stopped you, and a lot of people think I'm you right now. Which obviously will set up something later, but not in this film. Probably in a fourth film later. Adapting the, not the death of Batman, but when he got hit with Darkseid's Omega Beams and he went back in time and everybody thought he was dead except for Tim. Tim knew he wasn't dead. And so there was a fight for the cow. I really love the Battle for the Cow storyline. But that's another movie, or heck, even a show down the line. And we're going to hint at that, but not really big enough to really hint at it. Just for enough of those comic book nerds to speculate it like I'm doing now. But yeah, so they try to get through him. He's like, fuck off. They do some more shit or whatever. And then And then, yeah, Jason gets prisoned. Like, Jason goes to prison. He goes to, like, Bel Rev or some shit. And I know it sounds weird, but I want Jason to go to prison and not go immediately to the Bat family. And the reason for that is, one, I want him to have a sense of reform. But also, there is a team in the comics that he leads that is formed out of zombies. And it's cool as fuck. And I want that to be a series or something along those lines, to where, akin to a Task Force X, where it's just like, we call it Batman, like, no bomb in his head, because I don't really like that. And the others, like, they're undead. Like, what the fuck is a bomb gonna do? Right? But, basically just like, we'll call up Batman, and he gonna fuck you up. So do what we say. So that's basically, the end of this movie is him going to Bel Rev. And then in, like, a post-credits or, like, final scene sort of situation, you know, it's just like, hey, we got something we want to run by you. And it's like John Economos or some shit. I don't know. I feel John Economos would be the guy to be like, I want a team made out of zombies. Right. So John Economos is just like, hey, we already got one team. I kind of want to do something different. Don't tell anybody. Let me show you. And then, who's on Team Z? I forget who is on that. Task Force Z. God, who is it? Who not? God, see, the stinking DC website is not great. Thank you, fandom. So, expand. No, it's Armstrong. See, also allies. Okay, so obviously Red Hood, but then you have characters like Arkham Knight. Isn't that just Red Hood? Arkham Knight. I think those are technically different characters in the comics. But Copperhead, Solomon Grundy, Deadshot, KGBs, Madame Crow, Man-Bat, Mr. Bloom, Victor Zsasz, Mr. Freeze, Sundowner, and Bane. I mean, it is Jason Todd. Yeah, in the Arkham Knight game. But I think in the comics, Arkham Knight is a different character that isn't Jason Todd. I'd have to double check. Hold on a sec. Let me click the link. Astrid Arkham. Main alias Arkham Knight. Huh. Weird. His occupation is terrorist. Oh, not his. Her. It's a female character. Wait, what? Oh yeah, Astrid's a female name. What the fuck am I talking about? But I feel that'd be kind of a weird character to introduce and kind of confuse fans. But I feel doing like Jason Todd, Solomon Grundy, Man-Bat. I guess those are all Batman villains. I mean, Solomon Grundy's kind of... Well, no, they're all basically Task Force Z is basically just Batman villains. But even still, doing Red Hood, Mr. Freeze, Man-Bat, and Solomon Grundy would be... I'd kind of want to do that 5 thing. So it'd be Red Hood. So, yeah, it'd be Red Hood, Solomon Grundy, Man-Bat, Mr. Freeze, and then... See, I don't know if I want to do Bane, because he's typically not dead. Now, granted, Man-Bat, but he's a monster, and Mr. Freeze is, half dead with his condition. But I guess Madame Crow, because we need a female. I mean, we could do Arkham Knight, but I feel it's confusing. So Madame Crow, that's what I do. So So yeah, after the movie's all said and done, Jason's off to prison, yada yada. Fucking John Economos, if I could have my pen, please. John Economos, shows up and it's just like, hey, I got a team for you. And then it's fucking Solomon Grundy and fucking Man Bat. And who obviously it's going to be Jason. So he's showing Red Hood. Solomon Grundy, Man Bat, Mr. Freeze. It was Mr. Freeze, Madam Crow, and shit, who was the other one I had listed? It wasn't Bane, was it? Yeah, it was Bane. And Bane. The Venom on his. So. Yeah, Solomon Grundy. Yeah. Because he's undead, and it's Task Force Z. They're kind of undead. It makes more sense for the actual comic line, because these characters are all dead / zombies, or akin to it. But I think it would just be interesting to do. And then this could be a series. Like a Max series of John Economos being like, fuck Amanda Waller. She's a piece of shit. I want to do my own thing. But my biggest concern with doing Task Force Z is too many comparisons to Creature Commandos, which has already been announced, established, and done. And I don't want people to be like, oh, it's just a knockoff Creature Commandos, when really it's a knockoff Suicide Squad, but that's besides the point. I feel it would be an interesting way for his character to go. Because my biggest thing with Jason Todd, and primarily him joining the Bat family, is that it's too quick of a change of attitude. I do not want Jason to have this, I'm trying to think. I don't want him to go from literally in one movie killing criminals without worry or concern and fighting his mentor and former teammates, to then literally turn around in the next movie or show and be completely reformed. I don't like that. I feel it doesn't do a good representation of the character's mental state or beliefs. It kind of diminishes the quality of the film that they were somewhat introduced in, and overall is just not great. So I would prefer that he has a slower development towards that hero side. First with a Task Force Z, then, maybe with a Batman Incorporated after that, and then finally, he's just kind of let back into the family's good graces, say with the funeral of Alfred or Bruce Wayne. Probably the funeral of Alfred would make the most sense. So I feel that would be the best way to go about the character of Jason Todd, if done with the way I've introduced him, how he starts dead, you have the Under the Red Hood film, and then you transition to him being on a TV show, Task Force Z. Or heck, what I think it'd be really nice is if they intentionally called it Task Force Z. That way, A, they can fuck with everybody and be like, it's Zed. But then also, I feel Zed, zombie works well together. I don't know what it is. But that would be kind of my thinking. So, if I could outline a whole structure. So, you'd have Batman and the Brave and the Bold. Right? Normal movie, just fine as it is. Cool. At the same time, same time or similar time, you'd have Teen Titans. Right? And that would go about that. You'd have some other movies here and there, yada, yada, yada. Like, for instance, you have in the middle, you have Swamp Thing. And, well, actually. So, let's go through this, because it's going to be kind of fucking weird. So, let me pull up the slate, too, so I know what to DCU slate. if I could have like a complete DC slate images. I want like it strung out in order. Okay, perfect. This one's straight up in order. Open image in a new tab. So, actually, what I'm going to do is just going to do copy image, paste. Perfect. And fucking zoom out. Okay. Bit too much. Okay, where's just the mouse button? Okay, well, this is what we're gonna work with. So, of where things fall and land, and how we're gonna introduce certain aspects, certain characters. So, sometime in, so yeah, color, brush. So, sometime in here, from Superman Legacy, to even all the way through Supergirl, Woman Tomorrow, or even Lanterns, Superboy's going to get introduced or hinted at. So throughout this time, Superboy's going to be introduced or hinted about. Then in Paradise Lost, we're going to deal with, obviously, Wonder Girl being introduced or hinted at. Blue Beetle was already fucking all the way back here. Blue Beetle was already for us. I'm kind of going back to the Titans, but this ties around to everything. Swamp Thing is going to introduce to us Zatanna, as well as just magic on the whole. And then Kid Flash will be kind of the new character for Titans. So then obviously Batman the Brave and the Bold is going to introduce to us Damian. It's going to introduce to us Nightwing and Oracle, only in passing. And then it's going to introduce Tim also in passing. So Batman the Brave and Bold is doing a lot of heavy lifting, but that's fine. All right, so it's going to introduce these, obviously, as well as Batman and stuff. Then we're going to have, following that, we're going to have our... Actually, I do need to expand my canvas. Following that, we're going to have our Titans movie, which is obviously going to introduce Clarion and just the Lords of Chaos and Order, and potentially introduce Fate. So that's what we're going to do that. And then Arkham Asylum, I didn't know that was going to be a series. So Arkham Asylum is actually great because this can introduce Grundy. This can introduce Man-Bat. This can introduce fucking Freeze. Well, this can introduce Freeze, and this can introduce Bane. So this can introduce the 4 members of Task Force Z, which will be later introduced. So, and then after Brave and the Bold, we're going to have, obviously there'll be other films, you know, maybe a Flash thing, maybe something else, whatever. There's going to be other stuff. But then we're going to have we're going to have the Under the Red Hood film, right, which is going to introduce us to Cassandra Cain as Batgirl, and then it's obviously going to introduce us to... Oh, that's fine if you're at work. I mean, as long as I'm talking, I'm good. And then this is obviously going to introduce us to Red Hood as well. So, all in all, I think with the 2 movies that I have theorized and planned out, Titans and Under the Red Hood, I think this would be a pretty good thing. Now, obviously, I don't know what they're gonna do. I know they have Blue Beetle, so I know they're gonna do that. I know they're introducing Damien, and they're probably gonna introduce Nightwing. I don't know so much about Oracle, and I don't know so much about Tim Drake's Robin. Superboy, I don't know if they're going to touch that for a while. They probably won't touch it in here where I would introduce it, but granted, that's because I want my Teen Titans movie to A, have Superboy, and B, also be one of the things that comes out pretty close after this because I feel it makes sense. Swamp Thing introducing Zatanna, I don't think they're not going to do that. I think Swamp Thing is very likely to introduce either Zatanna, probably Constantine, but a whole host of magical characters can be introduced in Swamp Thing. It's not going to be really an issue. Booster Gold could also theoretically introduce Superman, but I don't think that'd be best. I don't know what Booster Gold would introduce other than Booster himself and his whole situation. I feel Booster Gold, if anything, would bring back Blue Beetle again, kind of reintroduce Beetle into the world, because he's been out for a while. So, and Booster Gold and Ted Kord's Blue Beetle have always been pretty good pairing. So by having, Ted Kord, I feel that makes most sense. I'm trying to think where other characters could be introduced. I think Peacemaker Season 2 would obviously be a good area to introduce other Charleston Comics characters. So I think a great introduction for Peacemaker would be Question. And I think another great one would be Captain Atom. So, not the Atom, Captain Atom. Because I feel it'd be kind of fun to do this sort of Charleston, or Charlton. I can't remember if it's Charleston or Charlton Comics, Earth 4. I think it'd be really good to kind of have that start being introduced there. Especially if Peacemaker Season 1 and the Suicide Squad are loose canon, and that Peacemaker Season 2 is going to kind of introduce itself into this world. I think what would be good is that not only introducing itself into this world, much like the other Charlton Comics came over, it also introduces Question and Captain Atom. Captain Atom obviously being an authority figure that either Peacemaker and his team have to answer to, or is just, kind of a head honcho in the government or in this sort of situation. Conversely, you have the Question, who's more an underground guy, where many basement dwelling jokes can be had at his expense, and then you're like, I don't give a fuck, fuck you, Peacemaker, I'm my own man, right? And I think that would be kind of a good thing to introduce there. I wasn't even thinking about that, but after seeing this slate, I think it would just be kind of a good thing. If you are folding stuff in, fold it in there. Also, based off the logos, now I know a lot of people have Max, but I know HBO is also just its own channel still, kind of like Showtime and everything. So, is that saying that Lanterns and Paradise Lost are going to not only be, like, streaming shows, but they're also going to be, like, network shows? Because that's fucking crazy. Citizen Steel would also be an interesting one, and I feel he's a good small-time character to introduce as well, so I wouldn't mind doing Citizen Steel. Maybe instead of Adam doing Citizen Steel, or instead of Question doing Citizen Steel. I don't want to introduce too much. It is a TV show, so you do get a little bit more wiggle room in terms of introducing new characters because you have more time. Because obviously Peacemaker Season 1 not only introduced us to... Well, it didn't really introduce us to Peacemaker. We already been introduced into the Suicide Squad. But it brought in, Judo Master and Vigilante and White Dragon, all those. So I don't think it would be that bad for them to introduce, 3 Charlton Comics characters as well. because obviously they've already introduced Blue Beetle with his own movie. Obviously they hinted at Ted Kord more than actually showed him, but there's no doubt in my mind that Ted Kord will be showing up, most likely in the Booster Gold series. But it's tough to say. I need to look this up. I need to see is and so, but under a new delineation revealed by the HBO Originals brand. Okay. Available on both HBO and Max. The series... Okay. So yeah, it's also a network show. Huh. But I imagine Waller, Peacemaker... Weird. I wonder why they're doing that. Because, I mean, most people don't have network television these days anyways. And especially if you're paying for HBO... If you just pay for HBO Max, you're going to get all the same shit that you get on HBO. Yeah, it might be at a later date. But, I don't know. That's weird. I'm fine with it, but it's weird. So, I am really interested in some of these movies. I can't wait to see Superman Legacy. And then Creature Commander should be coming out pretty soon, I imagine. I know it's not Superman Legacy anymore, so this timeline might have been straight. When is the Creature Commando's release date? Now I'm curious. TV series. Does it have a release date, premise, cast, characters, episodes to be announced? It starts in December. Great. So I will not get to watch it when it's airing. I will have to watch it after it has been... Yeah, Creature Commandos is animated. I knew that one. Doing that in live action off the rip would be crazy. One, to spend that much money on a universe you don't know whether or not it's going to be panned out or not would be insane to do in live action. But even still. So I'll have to wait till it's done before I watch it, unfortunately, but that's fine. I'm not going to read up further about it because I do not want to be spoiled. But so I have Titan show and another Batman movie, but I feel it's a lot of Batman stuff, and I kind of want to spread the love around. So, I wasn't initially thinking it. But all these are fairly contained, relatively speaking, in terms of heroes. I think what would be fun, other than obviously like, oh, Justice League movie, they're fighting, I don't know, somebody. But I think what would be fun would be a Justice Society movie. Especially if you introduce Fate in the Teen Titans movie. Right? And you can have a passing mention from Zatanna in the Titan movies. You know, that Fate's been around for a while. He's seen multiple teams come and go. Yada yada. And Bart might make his own remark. It's just like, oh yeah, the first Flash was, I think, worked with Fate. Yada yada. So I think another movie I'd slate, probably in between Titans and before Under the Red Hood, would be a JSA either show or movie. It's hard to say. I'd obviously want to be a prequel film because a bunch of old actors, while not bad, and I think it'd be kind of funny, I'd prefer this. Now, obviously, in terms of animated stuff, a lot of the things we're seeing here, live action, except for Creature Commandos, so I think what would be good is maybe JSA to be animated. Because if, say, you animate JSA, that gives you a lot more freedom with, say, the older actors, because they don't necessarily have to look like a younger actor. They can just look a little bit like an older version of the animated one. which I think would be a lot better in terms of casting for those older actors, for your Jay Garrick, for your Black Cat, for your original Black Canary, things like that. So I think this would be, obviously this would be a max because it is animated. So yeah, this would be animation. So this would be animated, so JSA, and because it's animated, I want to do a series as well. So, and that's why it's on Max, not a film, be a series. So it's just kind of how I'd want it so far. I don't know if I'm gonna doing a screenplay for the JSA movie. I need to do a little bit of research, look up some JSA stories that I like, find what works, and find what could be expanded on in the future. I wouldn't mind doing a Flash of Two Worlds story, but I feel, that's a Barry Allen story. Doing it with Wally West or, God forbid, Bart Allen would be kind of odd. Second, I feel with Bart Allen being in the universe, according to my Titans film, I feel it would be better if Jay Garrick was also an established mentor slash foster parent for Bart. Even though Barry, well, no, we could say Barry's dead. Because theoretically what we could do is, this is, Creature Commandos is effectively post-crisis. We could say, obviously with the DCEU ending, and I hate crisis this, crisis that, it makes it all really frustrating and confusing. But with obviously, the animated movies most recently had their Crisis on Infinite Earths, right? They had that event. And so, with not only these DC projects being an animation, being part of the DCU, that being an aspect to it, I feel that that Crisis could be seen as the Crisis for not only the animated universe, but also this universe. In kind of a weird roundabout way. I feel that would be kind of confusing, and I don't know if fans would be necessarily receptive to that, but I feel it works the most sense for the average viewer, and the average viewer are the people who spend money. Don't get me wrong, super fans definitely spend money, and you got to focus on them too. But you got to make a film or show that in the universe that works for both the average fan and for the super fan. You know, have things hinted at or teased or talked about that the super fans can go like, oh! But make it still very much to where that can mean absolutely nothing to anybody and they can still enjoy the show. Right. So my thing would be that Jay Garrick is already Bart's foster father, despite him being old as shit. Right? And then Wally's the main Flash. Bart's obviously Kid Flash with the Titans. And everything like that. Because that, I feel, would make the most sense. And then with this JSA story, you could have a Barry Allen and do the Flash of Two Worlds and just make it set. Ooh, that'd be interesting. Although I don't want to run the risk of putting too many time frames. Because here's the thing. With certain comic characters or time frames, you run the risk of making your universe seem dated. And I know that sounds strange, but a perfect example, I think, is X-Men. Because one of the most notable characters in X-Men is Magneto. And Magneto, one of the most notable parts of his backstory is that he survived the Holocaust. And that is a clear timestamp and date on the character, meaning anything you do surrounding that character is a clear timestamp and date of the time. I want to try to avoid that. And because DC is more fantastical, I feel, in its time and setting than Marvel, I feel Marvel tries to ground it more. If only slightly. I feel it would be better if we were to do a Flash of Two Worlds for a JSA animated series, to where we get Barry Allen and he crosses over into Earth 2, so to speak. But again, this happened years ago, and this is pre-Crisis. And it's kind of explained that things get interfolded, potentially, by the end of that series. But the thing is, when it's releasing, 10 projects, 14 projects deep, is when theoretically uh, 13, 14 projects deep. My biggest concern is that introducing crisis aspects or things along those lines might confuse audiences. They might be like, wait, when did that happen? I don't remember seeing that, and I've watched all the shows. So I don't think I'd want to do the Flash of Two Worlds as the JSA introduction story. Although, no, we totally can do the Flash of Two Worlds. However, instead of Barry Allen, we are giving that story to Bart. Oh, yes, wheels are turning. So we have a JSA show, and we do the Flash 2 Worlds storyline, but instead of 2 worlds, it's just the past. And Bart, being a time traveler, and understanding the ramifications and issues with it, knows what he's doing, decides to travel back to the JSA. Travels back to when the JSA is happening to see Jay Garrick in his prime. See the original Flash. Learn how it's done from the OG. Right? But then also he's going to meet Black Cat, Hourman. I think Midnighter is another one. He's going to meet all the other JSA members. Yours are definitely working. He's going to meet all the other JSA members and learn not only about the history of the Flash and how to be a better hero in those regards, but then also understand the dynamics of working on a team, which obviously is going to draw some parallels with him being on the Titans. Potentially setting up a Titan sequel. Don't know about that. But, understanding team dynamics, understand potentially what Wally is going through, being a younger member of the Justice League, and seeing how the members of the Justice Society treat Bart when he's trying to help them during their fights. Oh, yes, totally. This is, I like this. I like this premise a lot. So yeah, Bart goes back to the JSA, tries to help them out, tries to learn from the Flash. In doing so, he also understands team dynamics and understands how his mentor Wally feels. But then also potentially learns some tips and tricks from the other members, like, say, the original Black Canary. And be like, I gotta tell the other one that. Obviously hinting towards, the modern Black Canary and Green Arrow and all them. And obviously Speedy, being a former member of the Titans, maybe some links and connections there. Or potentially the female Speedy shows up as a new member of the Titans as Bart is experimenting with this. And so, he can kind of get some inspiration and things along those lines. That'd be fun. Learn to fight better from Black Cat. Learn to better harness his abilities mentally from, say, Hourman. Better, I don't think Hourman was that big. But just overall, try to gain knowledge experience from those of a bygone era. And then taking that, make him grow and mature as a character. Because what I really want to do is, obviously, with this universe, you might have already noticed, a lot of the characters that you would consider big name hitters, are kind of older. Guy Gardner and Hal Jordan are kind of up there in age, so Jon Stewart is going to be the thing. But what about Jessica Cruz and that Simon fella? You know, what about the other Lanterns? Or maybe other members of the Green Lantern Corps? You know, like Tomar-Ray or Kilowog or maybe some of their successors. So there's that to keep in mind. Oh, or I completely forgot about Kal Rayner. How did I forget about Kal Rayner? I love Kal Rayner. So I think what should be done is not only establishing this world, but then also establishing our younger heroes. You know, establishing a Nightwing, establishing a Wally West Flash, establishing that those will be, you know, establishing a, well, Donna Troy's typically dead, so I don't know who would, right? I'm trying to think who would take up, like, the mantles as, like, the effective new Trinity, right? And who would lead and who would do well in those roles. And it's tough for me to find necessarily everybody to fit. But yeah, if you did like Supergirl and Nightwing and then you would have, say, Wally West, I feel that'd be good as like the effective new Trinity. In my opinion, as like they're all relatively contemporaries in age. They all can perform very well, and they all understand what it is. And then they have teams underneath them, right? And, you know, Supergirl obviously looked towards Superman for guidance, but then so did Superboy, Connor Kent, and then John, being maybe a toddler by the time that potentially they do a rendition of Death of Superman. But instead of him coming back with the mullet, although I would love him to come back with the mullet, instead of doing that, he's just straight up dead. And then similar with Wonder Woman, there's always the question of, okay, is she immortal, is she not in this rendition? And I feel a very interesting thing for her would be to have kind of a conflict with the gods and her immortality stripped away from her. And so now she has to think and be more careful and be more weary about what she does with her actions, and how to better adapt to mortal life. And the Batman is just old as fuck, so he could die to basically anything. I mean, he's not old. He'll be in his, like, late 40s. But to do what he's doing. And, so... And also, we already had a rendition of the stinking Dark Knight Returns, sort of, with Batflick, and I don't want to recycle that. And with how bright this universe seems to be, and fantastical that it seems to be, I think it would be stupid to try and rehash Frank Miller's work for it. So no. So I think the best course of action is to look to the younger and the new. And so that's kind of what I'm doing here. Of having the established heroes, and that might be what they're doing too, I have no clue. But by having the established heroes like Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, and have them slowly being phased out. Superman actually fully on dying in a Death of Superman story. Batman finally succumbing to some great evil. And entrusting his legacy to the family that he has built. I mean, the Bat family is fucking huge. Right? Or just straight up retiring, although I don't feel Batman would ever truly retire, even with the great team that he's established. But maybe he just gets injured too bad to where he cannot perform in a reasonable way. I don't know. Even if he gets injured, he'll get a fucking prosthetic leg or some shit. Like, no matter what, Batman's gonna try to fucking fight. So there's no reason to try and push the issue. But this is kind of how I'd structure things. But I've been going for about 5.5 hours. I'm kind of tired, and also dinner's about to be ready. So, I don't want to say goodbye, but I'm going to have to say goodbye. But thanks for sticking with me on this fucking... I don't even know how long I've been talking about this whole fucking structure of the DCU. But, yeah. But thank you.